The History Things podcast is brought to you by TR Historical, your one-stop shop for all your historical fan gear needs. Visit trhistorical.com and use the promo code HISTORYTHINGS to receive 10% off your next purchase. Thanks for listening. Now let's start the show.
Are you ready?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the History Things podcast. I'm your host, Matt Borders, and we're here for Season 2, Episode 4 follow-up. With me tonight, as always, is my co-host, the legend himself, Pat McGuire.
What's going on, everybody? Excited to be back. It's been a couple weeks since we've hung out with our guest from the fourth quarter. We're very excited to get back into the story. We've been covering the 151st Infantry Regiment of the French Army, the 151, known as the Verdun Regiment. They were quite literally thrown into the furnace, as it says on the cover of our guest, John Bracken's book. And John's back with us tonight. John, how you doing, buddy?
Doing well. Thanks for having me back.
Thanks for coming back and hanging out with us. We're hoping that you got your energy back, because we're still recovering from the amazingness that was 1914 and 15 for the 151. We're excited to pick it up at 1916 and see these boys through to the end of the war. For our listeners who are maybe needing a refresher or just joining us for the first time, maybe you're just picking up this story of the 151 right here at part 2, but you really should go listen to part 1. It was quite amazing.
4 hours of amazing.
Get your ass back to part 1 and go listen. But if you're just joining us right now, John, in 5 minutes or less, no pressure, do you think you could sum up 1914 and 15 for the 151?
Yeah, certainly. I can do that.
All right, John, you're set to go.
All right, go. So we obviously went into some of the background first, both of the regiment and of the principal eyewitnesses. So we covered, the sort of half a dozen main people that we're going to be going through, like Joubert and Campana, Basteau, Louidier, the tongue twister name there, and several others too. They were all kind of joined the regiment at various times, but most of them came in around the spring of 1915. We did have a few people like Gaston Tizon that was there from the very beginning. In fact, he was in the 151, even before the war, for 7 years before the war. The story for the 151st, 1914 is very similar to what a lot of other regiments were going through in the French army. They were doing some initial maneuvering in August, during the month of August, but the first big clash came with the Battle of the Frontiers, or also known as the Battle of the Borders. And the 151, again, having a very similar experience to many other French army units. They met the shock of combat, and it was quite a rude awakening. In the case of the 151st, you had a lot of intelligence failure. You also had a lack of artillery support, which was pretty commonplace along the front there at the time for the French, who went in directly into the attack. To the hilt, à la outrance is the French saying. And so they were thrown into their first major battle, the Battle of the Frontiers. They lost 800 men in a single afternoon on the bloodiest single day of French army history there, the 22nd of August, 1914. 27,000 killed and 40,000 wounded that we know of. That's the rounded figures. From there, that began the great retreat, the fighting withdrawal that the French army did back from the borders. Slowly pulling back, but fighting the Germans and slowing their progress in the Eastern Theater there in Lorraine.
Hey, John,
such
you
to the
keep
point
saying
where
the borders. Is this the Matt Borders you're talking about?
Yeah. I mean, that guy, man, you got to watch his moves.
I was like the Battle of Matt Borders. I was like, interesting.
He's been dying to tell that joke. I apologize.
I let it go. But then the second time you said it, I was like, all right, I'm in. I got to do it. I do it. So sorry. Battle.
Matt and I correspond on the side. We were going to try to set that up.
Yeah. I knew it. You guys knew
like
my dad.
I mean, that's like a volley serve right there. So
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah. So from there, of course, the front sort of stabilized in the rain. So the 42nd Division units were able to be transferred further north and west, all the way to first to Reims by train, and then from there all the way up to the North Sea. And they began doing I skipped the part. They went to Reims first, and then they fought in the Battle of the Marne, which was the great counterattack in the beginning of September of 1914. After pushing the Germans back up to Reims, northeast, that front then stabilized, and they were able to be transferred further to the north and west, right by the North Sea, where they were dropped off at Dunkirk, and then fought their way from the northwest to the southeast through Belgium, with a part of Flanders there. That's the real low-lying terrain, waiting for the floodwaters to eventually completely inundate the area and make it impossible for the German army to advance. But lesser known area of the time of the fighting there in 1914, but still very deadly. 1914, of course, one of the bloodiest periods for the French army and for the 151st in particular. From there, they were then sent at the beginning of 1915 into the Argonne Forest, a sector that would remain active throughout the entire war. I'm sure a portion of your listeners know the Argonne through the American actions there at the end of the war. The 151st spent 6 months there, the first 6 months of 1915 there, battling in a sort of tit for tat, what do you want to call it, vendetta, tribal war kind of combat there. Very unpredictable, very close knit, trenches adjoining each other sometimes, and fighting on either side of the barricades. Big attack on the 30th of June by the 5th Army, Crown Prince's army under his direct command. And they lost a lot of guys there in their push to stop the Germans and counterattack again.
Is this Crown
Prince?
They were saying, sorry to interrupt. Is this Crown Prince Ruprecht?
Yes, correct.
Okay,
Nice.
I just wanted to throw that out there because I think we said this to Crown Prince in the first episode, and I know some of our listeners' ears peaked up for that. So when you said it there, it reminded me that I wanted to address that. So we're definitely talking about Crown Prince Ruprecht.
This is the guy that propaganda always depicts as looking like a rat.
Yes.
He had a big pointy nose, and then they accentuate his buck teeth.
Yeah.
He wasn't quite that ugly. He wasn't quite that handsome either, though. So I suppose, there's always a grain of truth in every stereotype.
Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Yeah. So that was an intense combat there at the end of their stay in the Argonne Forest. They were then transferred in August of 1915 to the Champagne front, which is to the west of the Argonne Forest. And that's big, flat, open terrain. Very, slow, low ridges over large expanses. Very little in the way of cover. There are a few scrub pine forests here and there, but not anything to really, nothing significant, we'll say, to hide troop movements or emplacements or anything like that. They moved there for in anticipation of the second Champagne offensive that began on the 25th of September, 1915. As I noted, remember the date, 25th of September?
Yep, exactly. I was about to mention the same thing. That's going to start this bloody anniversary, right?
Right. Well, actually, it begins in 1914 when they're attacking in a very depressing way. They're attacking very close to where they were in 1914 in the very first trench warfare. Well, we could probably label trench warfare engagements 25th of September, 1914. But it's much more significant, of course, this second Champagne offensive, largest offensive of the war, largest artillery bombardment of that time during the war, went on for 4 days. But of course, what we would see and what we will see going forward is that everything keeps upping in the ante. So the next bombardment will be even bigger, and the next offensive will be even bigger after that. But sticking to just what happened in the fall of 1915, extremely bloody day for the 42nd Division, the 151st being a part of that. They were on the far left flank of the French offensive, while the second Champagne is known overall as a general failure. The furthest advance I think the French army went was 4 kilometers, and that was in the first day, and they never really expanded on those gains in a significant way. And on the very far left, where the 42nd Division was, where the 151st was, they struck that belt of barbed wire that was 50 meters deep and shoulder height that was hidden in a defilade. And were unable to make progress either on that day, the opening day, where they lost most of their men that they would lose in the Champagne offensive. And then that continued into October, a lot of bloody fighting there as well, very similar to what we saw in September. And then finally in November, that offensive was officially called off. by Joffre, General Joffre, who is the commander, of course, of all French forces that time. And that is, I think, where we left off.
Yeah.
Great
Joseph
summary.
Joffre. Yeah, fantastic.
Peasant general.
Yeah, I like Joffre. I always appreciate a guy that you're like, I don't know what to do with this guy, so we'll promote him. We'll promote him. Yeah. Get out of the field here, buddy.
He was there when I think the French needed him. I will say that. Like, he was known as having this calm head and able to, take that breath, that figurative breath, while everything was falling apart for the French, and rally support. He was, he's known as Papa Joffre, and that patriarch kind of figure, I think, was like offered a steady hand to France at the time, but he outlasted his stay, right? So he continued to embrace a lot of the same strategy and signed off on a lot of the same tactics that proved to be a failure in 1915. One of the things we didn't talk about before was his this concept of grignotage, which in French means nibbling away. So Joffre thought, in between the major offensives, we're always going to keep pressure up on the enemy since they're in our land. We want to let them know that that's not acceptable. There's never going to be a moment of respite, which, on paper, that probably sounds good. Yeah. But what it results in is kind of like the fighting in the Argonne or the local attacks that would occur in Champagne after the major pushes. It's just needless bloodletting. I mean, you're losing hundreds of guys at a time for no gain.
Just for harassment.
Right.
Yeah, for harassment, grignotage, nibbling away.
The World War, the First World War, the more I get down into the sort of the rabbit hole of the human experience and sort of getting into who these guys were, not just in the enlisted ranks, but like some of who these officers were. I mentioned the Canadians a lot, like Arthur Currie, like really, really great general for the Canadians, but also kind of like an embezzler. And like, that's there's more to the story when you start to peel back the layers. And I found relating to Joffre and stuff that there's a lot of commanders that outstay their welcome, but there's also a lot of commanders who have like reputations and things that if you really get into them, like history has not been kind to some people, like, or maybe too rough on some people, or maybe celebratory of some other people. Like, it's interesting how we look at people, especially the further away we get. Or if you look at the contemporary papers, somebody might have not been popular and had a friend in a newspaper and things like that. But I don't know. It's just interesting that this seems to be a common experience in the World War there. So. Yeah. Yes, let's go. We're back.
We're going to be picking it up.
His reputation did mainly stay intact. I think he's overall still fairly celebrated in French culture to this day.
So we are.
It's only if you're going to be like getting into the weeds like we do here in history that we say, okay, well, Joffre looks like he overstayed his welcome, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Right. So we've got your last slide from our last time we were speaking on here, John.
Yeah, this is, and we ended on this uplifting note. The end of 1915, bloodiest year for the French army.
These terrible casualties.
Roughly, 550,000 dead for the French army in 1914. At this point, the French had lost almost 1 million killed. It's getting close to that number. Certainly another 1.5 million wounded on top. I forget my numbers right now. But in other words, the French army would lose the majority of their casualties in this war, this 4-year war, in the first few months of 1914 and in the 12 months of 1915. And you're going to see the repercussions of that. I mean, in a lot of ways, it leads to innovation. War always leads to innovation. And so they start changing their tactics, adding in additional firepower, doing structural reorganizations from the division level really on down to the platoon of section level. And so, we are starting off with this slide here just to remind people about the personal level, though, when we get away from sort of the wonkiness here. The 151st, the survivors of those attacks in the fall, they lose 1,200 people, I believe it is, on the 25th of September, basically. And they're just mowed down in long rows. There's no recovering those bodies. There is no truce that is called to bury those bodies. And sometimes that actually did occur, rarely, but it did occur in the First World War. In this case, there is no such truce. And so the guys in the back in the trenches that are rebuilding those trenches that got hammered by German artillery and machine gun fire during the attacks, they're staring through their loopholes at their friends. These are people they know. These are people they trained with, maybe even people they knew from their hometowns, and their bodies are out there. Eventually, they get raked by gunfire. Eventually they just turn into like rags, like humps of rags, little mounds, long rows of mounds, essentially. Some of them suspended upright in the wire. And just looking out over that for the next 2 months after that first attack, that's sort of where your morale is at this point at the end of 1915.
Some quick math I just did. So basically we're talking between the 4 months of 1914 and the full 12-month year of 1915, about 1 million deaths, you said?
Right.
That averages out to like 62,500 deaths a month.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's
crazy.
That's
unreal.
Right. And we had talked about wastage in the first part as well, just the daily toll of being on the Western Front. The average number of deaths for the French army in the Great War was 950, I believe, per day. But of course, it doesn't take into the account. That's an average, so it's going to round out, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't take into account the big spikes, but that's basically 1,000 men a day who are being killed, not including, of course, the wounded. And it was I think 1,000 lost on the 25th of September, but about 1,200 by the time you get to the 27th of September. So 3 days in, you've already lost half of your guys. That's sort of, in a lot of ways, sums up the story of the 151st there at the end of 1915.
John, kind of paralleling this topic here, do you happen to know off the top of your head the population of France going into the First World War, total population in France?
Yeah, so in 1913, it was 39 million, and we know that their birth rates were low. So figure 1914, it's about 39 million, roughly half the population being male. That's 18 million. I mentioned before, 8.5 million French males will serve in the war.
Right.
So that's a huge percentage. I mean, and of course, 18 million is infants to guys who remember Napoleon.
Right. Exactly.
The 100-year-olds. So pretty much everyone that's the fighting population, that is, teenagers on up into men in their 40s and 50s, are engaged in this war. So when we say 1.5 million men died, that's a significant portion of the population.
Absolutely.
And we'll get into probably at the end here what the figures are, for how many, like the poilus themselves. The poilus meaning, the grunts, right? It means like probably the best translation is the grizzled.
Yeah.
Literally means Harries. But it's to sort of capture what their appearance is, this rough, tumble, scruffy, look at these soldiers who have not shaved, who are covered in mud, that sort of thing. But we can get into the casualty figures for the infantry in general, and most French soldiers were infantry in this war. So, but if we move on, though, we're going to move on beyond 1915. And we're going to do a short respite here, so to speak, until before we go into Verdun itself. So we're finally at the centerpiece here of the story. After we cover the Verdun sections, which will be, we're going to get into the minutia there. We're going to read a lot of firsthand accounts to really get the reader or the listener there with these men. But I included in the book a chapter I called Shellography, because it occurred to me that I'm throwing around terms about the caliber of shell, and, beyond just going a little bit more into an explainer about what that actually means. I thought it was important that the reader also be able to understand, and wrap their head around a conception of what this artillery really, and, what it really was, right? What these kind of shells were, the size of them, because they're just monstrous in this war. They do have, of course, they'll develop bomber wings in the Great War. And towards the end of the war, they're going out dozens at a time, protected by hundreds of fighters. So very proto World War II fight. But for the most part, it's artillery that's king in this war. And so they just keep making the guns bigger and bigger. What was heavy artillery in 1914, although they might have had some of these guns, not anything in sort of great numbers, right? So heavy artillery in the beginning of the war is different from by 1915, 1916. And so I have this chapter on what these shells looked like, right? And what the kind of damage was that they could do. I love this postcard. I don't think it's the one I feature in the book. I found it later. but it just goes to show you like the size of these things. They're like the size of small Volkswagens, some of them. The 210 and the 220, those were particularly heavily relied on by both sides, by the French and the Germans. And you're going to hear me mentioning some of these numbers. You'll hear me saying 75s. Those are the French field artillery guns. 77s are the German equivalent. 105s, 90 millimeters, 105s, 210s, 220s, 305s, 400s. All those kind of shells are going to be fired at Verdun. And they're being fired, although they were designed to basically take out battleships, they're being fired into field entrenchments. So these guys are under these avalanches. The one thing I was going to actually mention real quick, I thought I'd do a little bit of show and tell and just to be clear for the listeners, as the hosts have been saying here, we do have a video presentation. So I've begun the slide presentation again, starting with Shellography here. So if you're watching on YouTube or wherever else, you can stream the video portion of this. Highly recommended because the images, I think, really hit it home. But we're also going to do some show and tell right now. So I won't go into the chapter itself where I describe the shells and the nomenclature they have, the slang terms about these shells that they use. But I did bring some shell fragments to show. If you get hit by a shell fragment, we were saying before in the last episode, it's not Hollywood where there's a big fireball and guys can just run by it. There's a concussive blast from high explosive. There's shrapnel, of course, that explodes in the air. But even the high explosive shells that are striking the ground are sending out shell fragments of just flying pieces of metal, jagged pieces of metal. They're traveling very quickly. So it's not just the laceration or the crushing effect of these things, the force they're coming with. So if I hold this up here to the camera, this is a small shell fragment to give you an idea. All these shell fragments I brought back from Verdun, there's hundreds of millions of them probably. If you walk down the forest roads, it looks like they're paved with them. It's not gravel, it's just shell fragments.
Really?
So it's not like, it's not like going to Civil War battlefields. You might occasionally find some shrapnel this is just, it's everywhere, right? So that's a small shell fragment. Then you have more of like a medium-sized one like this. Oops, lower.
Oof.
And that is actually the side of a light shell, a field shell, like maybe a 77 or a 75. So that's what's tumbling through the air.
That'll cut you in
flying
half.
Yeah.
It's like a lawnmower blade.
Right. I mean, I've seen, there's a quote I think I feature in the book about flying axes and cudgels, but the air is filled with cobblestones and flying axes. I mean, that's why guys are trying to keep their head down. And of course, this is what they're tragically being struck by.
Good thing I got my helmet.
I would say that, it's hard to really get your head around it until you hold these pieces of metal. So they're very heavy, right? These are detonators. So, and Parley would actually go hunting for these things. These are the tops of the artillery shells that the artillerist would screw in right before loading the shell itself. And you could set the timer for a range or for a depth of penetration if it's a shell that's going to strike underground. We've got a 75 or a 77 millimeter detonator here that I found at Verdun. So that's the bottom screwing in this way. And then a slightly larger one, probably like a 210 shell here.
John, you said the Poilu went hunting for those?
Thank you for reminding me why I mentioned that. So they would melt these down. Typically, they're made of a different type. There's not cast iron. I believe it's aluminum. And so they would melt down the aluminum and they would make trench art rings, which is actually what I'm wearing on my hands here.
Oh, right.
These are original trench art rings from the war, where they would melt it down, put it around a cylinder, cut them out, and then hand engrave them, hand inscribe them to be personalized for themselves, or they would send it home to their loved ones as a souvenir.
How cool.
And then finally, I've got this guy, which is one of the larger pieces that I found out there. This is actually this would be towards the bottom, and you can see how it's kind of scoping up here. This is the inside here. You can see the curvature. That's a heavy artillery shell, probably 210. So
and how much does that weigh, John?
I think it weighs about 10 pounds.
Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah. That's about 10 pounds.
Yeah.
That's flying through the air too. And landing on people. Yeah.
that's the weight of the more or less standard field artillery shell during the Civil War. And that's just a chunk of one of them.
Just a chunk of it. So,
that's horrifying.
So when we get into some of these graphic descriptions, you know, as I say, like I try not to spare any detail, not just to be gratuitous, although the war itself was gratuitous, I feel. Absolutely. But to give the reader, again, a concept of really what it is like. I think we're at a stage now in historicity where historians believe it actually does disservice to not tell that story, to not show the real truth. It used to be the opposite, I think, where historians would hold back on that. It was considered distasteful, not a part of interpreting history, and maybe even disrespectful to the veterans themselves who, you know, weren't necessarily too keen to share those kind of details anyways. But that is I think the version of history that we're in now. That's I approve of. I mean, it's the raw, unfiltered version, right?
It's what happened.
It's what happened. Exactly.
Especially when we're talking about war. Like, the concept of like talking about war and like softening it and dumbing it down is so counterintuitive. Like, I remember growing up as a kid, you know, like all the young boys in the neighborhood, we played guns and play army and things like that. And I remember one time, one of our short-term neighbors, like we lived close enough to DC that there were a lot of military families that would move in and out of the neighborhoods, things like that. And some would stay longer than others. But I remember there was one family that like the guy used to stand on his deck and give us a ton of crap when we would play guns, because for him, you know, if you think about it, like, you know, pop culture reference, think about the movie Glory, you know, in that scene where the soldiers are first issued their firearms and they're basically having that mock reenactment right in the camp. And Matthew Broderick, you know, Colonel Shaw is like, enough, because I've seen what this really is, and makes that really ridiculous point. But it's kind of like, when we're teaching this, what are we doing if we're not talking about it in the way it happened?
In the reality.
It's like, this is what happened. It was gross. That's why I liked Peter Jackson's film so much, because he spent a lot of time showing you the really, really awful stuff. Not because you love it, but because like it's the part. It's not just the mud. It's not just the trenches. It's like what happened to the men who were underneath the shell fire, and it's all of it. It should be.
Yeah, I love that you brought up Glory, by the way. I thought that was very advanced for its time for a Civil War movie, even in 89 or 90 when that came out.
Yep.
To portray that, so essentially portray shell shock of a Civil War soldier, you know, and it was just so poignantly done. It still like makes me emotional whenever I watch that scene. And I mean, I have the movie memorized. I've watched so many times.
Oh yeah, that's
absolutely.
That's the three of us right here, and that's I mean, that's a testament to how good of a film it is. In 1989, Matt and I agree. This film is still the best, like, mass available, you know, pop culture Civil War movie that's out there. Like, I think it's better than Gettysburg, Gods and Generals, and all the other films, which isn't that many that we've gotten. But I mean, in reality, like, it's a good movie.
And what a wonderful story to be able to tell the story of Black troops in the Civil War.
Absolutely.
Right? And their underreported role. So if you have to have a Hollywood blockbuster, damn, that's a good film.
Yeah.
You know,
absolutely.
I mean, just in terms of, you know, the history, the value of being able to culturally tell that story, I think that's its main prize there. But also, even if, you know, from a point of view of a producer, while, you know, you and I might say, well, there's another interesting history too, if we tell the story of this one brigade or this one regiment, it's not going to appeal to the masses per se. That's a very dynamic story about an underdog, right? The people discounted, the people discarded, the guys that have to prove themselves. It's a personal fight for them as well. The odds are even higher. They set that tone early on, saying, you know, they're not going to hold you as prisoner. They're going to execute you.
Yeah, they're just going to kill you.
Capture you. Yeah, it's brilliant. Brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, John, I see you've got some images of the big guns up, but before you do that, since we've touched on a little pop culture, do you have a go-to World War I film?
I'm glad you did.
I do. And that, you know, for a while it's been really tough, right, to point to a movie about the First War, the Great War, because there's just so few of them done, at least like in the modern era, that can resonate with people. But that's changed in the last few years. My go-to film is Les Croix de Bois, Wooden Crosses, which is based off of Roland Dorgelet's book. We had mentioned in kind of passing the first part that there are some French authors, including famous novelists and autobiographers, that go to war and they write books that are Some of them, like for instance, Croix de Bois, is a fictional account, but the author himself is a veteran, and so he's incorporating a lot of his own stories into that book. So it's largely autobiographical. The Croix de Bois was, I'm forgetting the director's name right now. It's the guy that did one of the original versions of Les Miserables, a very famous French director. Okay. It's part of the Criterion Collection now. Highly recommend watching that. It's in French, of course, filmed in the 1930s. All the extras are veterans of the war. So they know how to wear the gear. When they show them like marching in column, they're all worn out. Like they look like French soldiers of the Great War.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And it really captures the kind of the small unit squad level dynamics. You've got all these different personalities. Everyone's ripping on each other and ribbing each other. I mean, I think soldiers from almost any era could probably recognize that. Certainly. But they also have excellent depictions of combat, especially for the time. I mean, they film on the Champagne battlefield, so they're in the trenches using the shell holes that were still there. A large portion of the Champagne front is still off limits. They just turn it into a military base for maneuvers and firing. And so there's a large. If you wanted to go and see, like for instance, where the second Champagne occurred, you can't see most of it because it's all off limits. It's all red zone area that the army. The French army still uses, but that's what they film. And yeah, that's my go-to, but there's other ones. I mean, 1917 came out just recently. I thought that aside from, I mean, I'm a cinephile myself. So aside from the brilliant directing that occurred there and acting and good script, that was just a really well done film. Journey's End, which is originally a screenplay for theater.
Yes.
It was also written by a veteran. It has been converted multiple times into stage productions. One previous film production, I think in the 1930s. That version that came out a few years back was also really good, captures the mood of the war. It used to be that, you say like, well, you want to see the French experience, the best you could get was Genet's film, Un long dimanche de fiancé, a very long engagement is the title in English. It takes place after the war. It's a mystery film. It's a very Genet, like quirky, using my same acting troupe kind of guys feel to it rather, but they have some excellent depictions of combat in the First War.
So let's round this out the right way, guys. So Matt, what's your favorite First World War movie? Your go-to?
Oh gosh, for World War One, probably at this point 1917.
Okay, cool. I'm going to stay with Beneath Hill 60 because I'm still a fan. That's a very, in America, almost never told story. And, it's usually when we get World War I stories, we get the over the top stuff. We never really get the below the ground stuff. And this was a really, really well done film. I'm also a huge fan of the movie Passchendaele, not so much for the middle 90 minutes, but for the first 20 minutes and the last 40 minutes where they're really showing that combat. I think they did a really good job. I think the director integrated some of the original footage for like background stuff. And I thought that was pretty cool. But I wanted just to tie it. I'm glad Matt asked this because I love to connect dots. And the same guy that directed the movie Glory directed what was one of my first exposures to the First World War. He directed another film called Legends of the Fall, which is a great 1915 scene with the Canadians.
Edward Zwick.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I just was like, I'm going to full circle this now that we're in it.
Nice.
And so you can find, and that's what's cool about the First World War is like, it's especially in film in the aftermath of the war and weirdly in the 90s, it showed up in the background of a lot of themes of movies. Like the Legends of the Fall has nothing to do with the First World War, but it was a huge part of the movie for 35, 40 minutes. So
that's a great movie. I read the book too in high school. It's a really great novel as well. Funny enough, what I love about that film, but also what you're, kind of speaking about broadly, that's one of the movies you can have your girlfriend or wife watch. And not say we're watching a war movie, but know that there's this total Easter egg in there, and they're going to have to watch the brutalness of the First World War.
The kid from E.T. just gets gunned down in the barbed wire.
I watched it with my wife when I think we were just dating at that time, and I kind of I was getting all antsy, and I'm like, oh, it's coming. They're toasting to the boys at in their dinner.
Samuel.
And I'm like, now. Honey, this is an excellent depiction of 1915 combat. Just pay attention here. Notice the Canadians are still wearing their soft caps and it's just that is a good one. Yeah.
And she stayed with you, man. That's great.
That's a keeper, man.
Oh, dude. Yeah.
Good job.
So she watched almost all of Band of Brothers.
Oh, fantastic.
I made her watch that, like almost kicking and screaming at times. But afterwards she would acknowledge like that was really well done.
Yeah.
You know, and she got into the characters. But I also got her to watch the Pacific, which is really hard to get through. I mean, it's just an emotionally draining experience. It's almost like the first war. It feels very emotionally draining from a film production standpoint. And we're almost done with that. We got 2 episodes to go. We still have to watch the Iwo Jima episode. But
my wife bailed after Karen Tan. There's no chance she's watching the Pacific. There's no chance.
So my wife is enjoying the Pacific more because they do these breaks. It's not like a military operational history. Like from a military historian's perspective, Band of Brothers is great because it goes from like mission to mission to mission. But the Pacific has these breaks where they go back to the homeland, or they have the love story in Greece and Australia, excuse me, and like little Greece in Australia. Yeah. And I think that helps to change up the pace of things, you know.
And there's that scene with Snafu flipping quarters, and it's like, okay, that's hard.
Yeah.
That's really hard to watch.
Right. We just went through that. We just finished the Peleliu episodes, and actually my wife's from the Philippines. So when we finally get back there, she's not been back in years. But when we finally get there together, I'm going to charter a separate plane out to Peleliu because it's not that far. It's like an 1.5-hour flight from the Philippines. So when else are you going to be out there?
Right.
And you can tour that site. I mean, there's a small village there. I think we have a military presence there still, I think. But either way, you can take history tours there.
That's cool. Well, very cool. Awesome trip, man. So let's get into it, man. We're looking at some heavy guns, and I'm a heavy guy, and I got a heavy helmet on. Let's talk about artillery.
Yeah, so we did our show and tell here, and I mentioned, like 210s, for instance, being the workhorse of both sides, really. But we've got the German 210 howitzer on the bottom, a 150 millimeter again, both sides. This is a long 150. They also made short 150s, like a howitzer style. But these are I'm showing German. There's an Austrian army on the right, the 305, but the Germans use that at Verdun, and they use that gun against the 151st. So just to give you an idea of like the size of these guns that we're talking about. And then I've got another slide here on the craters that some of these things could produce, like the bigger shells, right? I mean, we're used to the smaller ones. Yeah. So the picture on the right is a little bit more clear. That's probably a 210 crater right there. The one on the bottom, again, probably a 210. The one on the top is a 420 shell, and it's hard to make out, but on the top rim are trees, just to give you an idea of how massive that crater is. So that's slamming down into if that does a direct hit on your lines or even close to it, I mean, you're losing so many people through there. I mean, one of the things we'll get into is how people die in the Great War. It's not just that they're getting hit with, shell fragments like this from a 210 shell. It's the explosive blast, and it's also what it does to the ground. And you have a lot of collapses. Yeah, you have a lot of trench collapses, especially for the French that are not known for doing deep bunkers. That was actually a strategy or philosophy, if we want to call it, by the French senior commanders. They said, "Listen, we're not staying put. We're pushing the Germans out. So you're not allowed to build deep shelters." So they have these little niches and these tiny little, shelters that are only 10 feet underground. And if a shell lands, even without being a 210, you could easily get buried alive or trapped inside that bunker. If you're in a trench and one of these shells lands nearby, it's going to squash the trench. And you're relying on your buddies to be able to come and try to dig you out in time, if they can do so in the middle of a bombardment. So, but now we're going to get into Verdun. Finally, right?
Let's go.
The audience is like, wait, isn't this book about Verdun?
You shall not pass, or thou shalt not pass. God damn it. I always mess up the nerd stuff.
Yeah.
I'm the worst nerd ever. I'm going to take an L right there, guys. Everybody out there listening, that's my bad.
Ils n'auront pas. They shall not pass. And that actually is the official slogan of the 151st now, adopted after the war. If you look at their badge, it's got that on there. Yeah.
That's cool.
Pretty badass.
That is badass.
The proper history term.
Yes, absolutely.
when I was in Paris in the French Army archives, I found Louis journals. I had requested them in advance, but as I said very early on, you don't know what you're getting. It can be a grab bag. Colonel Moisson, the commander of the 151st for most of the war, he had a couple papers and that was it. So that was a total bust when I got his personal archives. But Louis ended up being a total gold mine. So he kept 12 journals, ultimately filled out 12 little individual booklets during the war. They have most of them there in the archives. And then he took those journals after the war and transcribed them and then filled in additional details. So a lot of the quotes and the details I pull are not from necessarily handwritten ones, although I've got, I use that as cross-reference to see what did he write on the day. But I relied more on the full version. And when I was going through his transcribed work, at the front of it was this quote. And when I saw this quote, I'm like, oh, that's definitely going into the book. That is going on. And I decided I'm going to put it on at the very front before we even get into, the introduction or the table of contents or anything. Cause I just think it very much encapsulates the experience of Verdun. It's this huge battle, right? Fought by hundreds of thousands, probably millions of men, really. And in massive conflagration, longest battle in history, lasting 10 to 11 months. But ultimately, it's these people that are in that, right? It's the people that are experiencing it, no matter what the scale is. It's all these little individual experiences and fights and memories afterwards. And so I'll just read this here real quick. Louis would write, Verdun, it is above all a battle of infantry, dug in, under fire, asphyxiated. It is also a battle of devoted, anonymous men, the sacrificed, who have no story, but who've stopped cannons with their chests. The slow and relentless fight, distressingly bleak, in the mud, among the shell holes, through blankets of poison gas. That is what we had to endure on the right and left banks of the Meuse. And that's the Meuse River that goes through Verdun there. So we had talked about before and after shots. So we'd seen two photographs of Louis before, one when he was in training, then when he's in his Horizon Blue uniform in the beginning of 1916, before he goes to Verdun. This is 1919. And as I said, it's kind of hard to make out, but if you look above his left eye, you'll see the fragment of a grenade fragment that struck him in the forehead and penetrated his sinus, and caused him issues for the rest of his life. He would get wounded, I think, 4 times ultimately. 4 occasions would be wounded. Some of those occasions he would be hit by exploding grenades, and so his entire side would be peppered with grenade fragments. But this is one of his worst injuries that he would suffer in 1917. You can really see that he's become a man.
He looks so much older.
Yeah, right. There's and you see it in his eyes too. He still has
seen
that
some stuff.
Art. Yeah, but he's got a sadness to his eyes that you see. With a lot of these guys.
This quote, John, when I read it in the book, immediately just crushed me, because everybody thinks of Verdun and they think of this kind of like an infantry fight, and they're not really focusing on the guys. They just think of fortresses being knocked over and big stuff happening. And this brought it home that the men underneath it all, just were enduring. And that's probably, that word in the quote was probably what grabbed me, because it's such an apt description. There was really nothing to do. If we want to try to be lighthearted for a moment, one of my favorite memes to share to people having a bad day is the Robert Downey Jr. Tropic Thunder, survive. Yeah, but that's kind of what these guys just were dude, you kind of just got to survive, and it's endure to make it not so, Robert Downey Jr. But this quote that's crushed me.
Yeah, it's great that you bring it up, because in my conclusion, now this is my point of view, but I'm extrapolating it based off of the diaries of the guys I'm reading. Enduring alone becomes a victory. Enduring alone becomes the definition of courage. To not run away, right? When it seems like actually the smarter thing to do would be, to advance or to retreat, but either one of those things is probably going to get you killed. So you can't. So you just have to hold on. The French have the word tenir. That's the infinitive. Tenez is the vous form of it. It just means hold on. And 1916, the slogan, if we had grignotage in 1915, nibbling away, and la percée, the breakthrough, those are the key words. We're going to nibble away, and then we're going to get a breakthrough of the front. In 1916, the catch-all word becomes hold on, endure, tenez. And I think that this quote, definitely captures that.
Powerful.
So we're going to go into the first rotation of the 151st, which would begin in March 1916. The Battle of Verdun in 1916 began on the morning of the 21st of February with a 9-hour artillery bombardment by 1,200 guns, 1,200 German artillery guns, firing over 1 million shells on a front of 40 kilometers. 1 million shells essentially in one morning and afternoon, because they actually, the shelling would stop at 4 p.m. It was the greatest cannonade in history. The assault was carried out by the German Fifth Army again, under Ruprecht, the Crown Prince, which had been preparing for months for this historic moment. While the objectives still remain in question today, the offensive was designed to knock France out of the war by forcing the nation to bleed its forces to death in the defense of this legendary place. This whole thing was to last a matter of days or weeks from the German commander's perspective at most. In the end, it became the longest battle in history, a war within a war, lasting 10 months. Yet in the first couple of days, it looked like the Germans might just pull it off. Under the annihilating onslaught, entire French divisions began to disintegrate as French resistance all along the line began to crumble. Units were grabbed up by a French command and thrown headlong into the line to help slow down the enemy advance. Sacrificial lambs to the slaughter. It was in this dark moment of urgency that the 42nd Division and the 151st were ordered to proceed to Verdun. The 151st would begin its progressive approach on the morning of 25th of February through the snow. At this time, they were in a village called Bouilly. And what I have showing now are slides showing photographs taken by Gaston Tison. I mentioned earlier in part 1 that Tison had bought a personal vest pocket camera, and he would take images, of his days and the moments of calm usually, and capture these little intimate scenes. And these are his photographs. So it's not just, recycled stock footage. Going forward, we're going to have a lot more photographs of the 151. And this is them here in the snow, basically a few days before they received the orders that the battle had begun and that they would be participating in it. So as I said, the 151st began its progressive approach march in stages beginning on the morning of the 25th of September. That's 4 days after the beginning of the battle. The anticipation in the ranks was palpable. While they knew that life that awaited them in the days ahead would be defined by the rigors of combat, there was an eagerness to get into the fight, to see the job done. And the thought of fighting to save their old garrison town was welcomed with joy. Overlying the very real dread that would come later to fight at Verdun was a sort of rite of passage. It was the very scale of it, the scale of everything of it, in every sense, that perhaps unconsciously drew soldiers to want to see it for themselves, to be able to claim they played a part no matter how small. The author Jules Romain captured this feeling in his novel Verdun, which is part of his Bonhomme series, his Men of Goodwill series. But he has a separate novel just dedicated to Verdun, and it would actually be based off of Joubert's, Joubert's diaries that we're going to be getting into here, the gentleman that we had met in the first part. But Jules Romain wrote in his novel about this sort of impending cataclysm that was coming. From the moment the march started, the men were conscious of a feeling that they were being drawn into the orbit of a whirlpool. Over there, beyond the rolling landscape, 25 miles off, lay a great flaming object, still invisible, but roaring away in the distance. A furnace, set in the hollow of the hills and sucking into its blazing heart everything within range. They felt themselves being dragged to the center of the attraction, shoveled into the vast and hungry maw. The thoughts that went on in the secret heart of any single man had very little importance when set against the cosmic activity in which he was called to play his part.
If you feel like you were just listening to a description of Mordor, you were.
Good comparison.
Right.
I mean, isn't that? I mean, I'm like being like half-hearted, but isn't the Lord of the Rings a lot of Tolkien's experience on the Western Front, and specifically like around the Verdun area?
I don't know if it's specifically Verdun, but it is.
I mean, Gandalf's
he
got
does
the
pull.
quote.
He does pull a lot from his experiences in the First World War, so I think that would be apt.
Because what you were just describing, I was just literally thinking about the fires of Mordor the whole time.
Yeah, yeah. And that word furnace, so I translated this from the original French novel. It like this isn't an invention, however convenient, to call Verdun the furnace. The men themselves called it the furnace. You know, it's unmistakable. The word in French is fournaise, so it's very similar. In fact, probably the English word comes from the French word originally.
Likely,
and they talk about it in that light, that there is this roaring belly, almost like a earth split open and the fires of hell, you know, spewing forth, and they're marching towards that, right? Or rather, you know, to continue with the literary theme here, they're being drawn towards it. Yeah. They're caught in that swirl of the whirlpool, and there's no escape now. You have to go. And so you might as well, this is early on, you might as well embrace it. You're going to see later on that enthusiasm is no longer there after they see it for themselves.
Comes almost.
The photos I have here are, I love the one on the left. So Tizon managed to capture soldiers in the 151st writing letters on the 8th of March, 1916, 2 days before they would go into the furnace. And so this is a very personal moment right now. It caught in between snowstorms because a lot of their march would be done in the snow and pretty foul weather. But they had this moment here of rest right before they were going in. The 151 now underwent a grueling forced march to reach Verdun in time. The columns trudged on through the freezing weather that alternated between blowing snow and rain. Over the course of a week, the regiment marched 90 kilometers, including 60 kilometers in the first 2 days. When they reached Saint-Manu, the streets were lined with townspeople cheering them on. L'Huillier spotted his grandfather and once again waved to him and ran out of ranks, got permission to run out of ranks and greet him. It was a welcome boost of morale, of course, as the men were passing through Saint-Manu. You know, there's sort of like the home team marching off to the fight here. You're going up to the front, but there's like people you know cheering you on. This is the beginning of the battle. Townspeople know about it. It's already been published in the newspapers. They know where you're going. They're seeing, you know, columns of infantry, tens of thousands of men, night and day, marching nonstop or being carried along later on by trucks. They're seeing the artillery being driven past. Here we have photographs captured by Tizon in the middle of the snowstorm with 210 cannons being brought up to the front. So again, the draw here that is occurring, this feeling of importance and weight as the men march forward. And we have a description here as they're marching. They would say, now and then, as they shuffled along the muddy road, their column would be overtaken by a line of trucks. Calls of, to your right, rising up. As they neared Verdun, the road became crowded even more with trucks and wagons, loaded with the furniture as well of refugees being driven in the opposite direction. Finally, on the night of 9th of March, the column mounted the final ridge overlooking the town of Verdun from the southwest, which provided an unbroken view of the battlefield on the horizon. And Campana was there, and he relates, an incredible view spreads before our eyes. Extending along the horizon was a blood-red band of light, the redness and brightness of which gradually fading to a purple hue that seemed to overtake the entire night sky. In the distance, small purple lights flickered, went out, suddenly brightened again. There were easily 100 of them. These were the German heavy shells being illuminated by the fires below as the homes of Verdun burned in the night. And this view that I have here is a photograph I took of the pretty much the exact spot of where they crested, because I know their approach march and the route that they took, right, exactly past this one of these four final forts in the rear of Verdun. And so this is what they would have been looking out over. In the center background is the town of Verdun. In the lower background to the right is this final little village called Regret. Ironically, it's called Regret, the last town that you get to before Verdun. The heights
immediately
of
regret
the
this
Meuse,
decision to be forced into the army. Because I
and the
wasn't
heights of the
actually
Meuse are off in the far distant background. So that's essentially where the front lines were. When we talk about Verdun, the Battle of Verdun, I mean, it is a city, but the battle is really occurring in the heights above it, the heights that were rising above the river Meuse. And these heights, just to be clear, like they're anywhere from 200 to 300 meters in height. So they're not mountains, but they're significant. The first time I went to visit Verdun, actually, I was living in Paris in 2004, and I took my friend's bicycle out there, and I toured the sectors. I stayed out there for a week on the battlefield, but I moved from sector to sector with a bicycle. And the first time I left Verdun and went up these heights on a bicycle, I was like, what have I gotten myself into here?
So does Sabaton have it wrong? It's not the fields of Verdun. It's more like the heights of Verdun. I mean, that doesn't sound as cool.
Yeah, it's these large, immense. I mean, the hill I'm standing on kind of gives you this perspective. This is what it looks like. This is one of the heights, so to speak. This happens to be south of Verdun, but similar. It's a long rise, long, slow, gradual, incline, right? Expanding across a large area. That's where the fighting is occurring. And this land, as I think we'll get into here, was originally forested, pretty heavily forested, especially north of Verdun. Before the battle, and the Germans used that to screen their maneuvers. Of course, as we famously know, these forests would be completely destroyed during the shelling of the battle over the months, and in various phases. And so that eventually would stop being a factor. But at the time when the battle began, there were these woods helping to shelter some of the German movements. We don't have photographs or other imagery that adequately capture the scene that Campana just described. The words have to speak for themselves. The veterans remarked, though, that Verdun, as seen from afar, looked like a giant forest fire, or particularly at night, like an immense furnace glowing red and rumbling with the power of a violent storm. That is what these men were now marching towards. This essentially, this giant, I mean, well, today in America, of course, we certainly know that image, right? And a lot of people are affected by it these days more than than ever, in the modern era. So this is some of the imagery of forest fires. This is what is flickering and rumbling in the background. You're moving towards that, probably in silence at this point, when you're realizing like what is about to occur, like where you're walking
into.
We talk about this a lot, the experience that soldiers of all the armies of the Great War had, where they're marching to the front and they can see the flashes before they hear them. And then when the sound starts to slowly be like something they can hear, one of the units that I read a lot about, in addition to the Highlanders, the 85th Highlanders, they have an account where they're basically talking about they're kind of jovial, and then the first time the rumbles start to get there, the group almost becomes silent, and it stays that way until the roar is so loud that they couldn't even hear each other if they wanted to talk.
Right.
And so images, just
the small talk and the banter, the typical jokes, the jokes that units would give to each other as they were passing each other in most normal sectors, you don't see here.
Yeah,
so even in the worst sectors of the Great War for the French army, there would always be these exchanges between the guys coming down from the line and the guys going up, and a lot of gallows humor, of course, and that sort of thing. But what we see at Verdun is not that. You see these guys coming back that are silent, like they are, what they've gone through is carried in their bodies and in their faces, and you don't see that normal exchange of, and some of it's just like, so how's it going up there, or maybe the guy's coming back, hey, watch that hill on the left, they just installed a new machine gun, or they've been blowing mines up along the second line, so just watch for that. None of that exchange of information really occurs here at Verdun, especially in the beginning, which was this chaotic phase that the French army was falling back. It was you had entire regiments being annihilated, divisions crumbling, and so there's just this chaos that is reigning here, and you're marching towards this giant rumbling beast, this monster that is out there, these gates of hell that have essentially opened up.
It seems like it would just take every ounce of whatever's left of the soldier's composition just to make it down the hill off the line. Like I can't, if almost like making small talk would break the dam. Like I just got to get out of here.
I mean, I'll totally dork out for a second and say that whenever there's a large thunderstorm coming through, like I can't help but think, oh, okay, that's like artillery in the distance. And
I do it.
Trying to put yourself in that position. Like we're reading these books, we're reading these accounts of these guys, but like if you were out there, in this case, in the cold and the snow, you've covered, almost 100 kilometers in a week, you're sore already. Like, you've already got all of your normal problems that you're dealing with. And then you see this in front of you. And the other thing too, as the battle goes on, especially in the spring and the summer, they say that you can smell it from the distance too. Now, beyond just the cordite and explosives and the smoke and all that, you can smell the bodies rotting from miles away if the wind is right. And so even before you see anything, you're smelling it. It's a complete immersion experience for these guys. So
before we jump further ahead in the story, just to sort of like, because that's an important thing. This is a sensory thing, for the men living through it. For us, 100 or so years now removed, I think we can get disconnected from this. So here's an exercise I like to do with my wife, because I like to push my wife's buttons all the time. We live out in the country. There are deer everywhere, and they like to do silly things like cross the road in front of 18-wheelers and things like that. So there's a lot of deer that don't make it, and they're left to sit out there through hot summer sun. And everybody that kind of has driven by a departed deer in the summer knows that ridiculously awful smell, and you can smell it for like a mile or two when you drive past it if the wind's right. And I'd always like to mess with my wife and just be like, that's just one deer. Imagine thousands of dead for years, some of them sitting out there, things like that. I was like, that's the First World War. And she's like,
again, honey.
Yeah, literally.
Yes.
Could you just roll up the window?
Yeah. 100%. No, you nailed it. That is exactly my wife.
Yeah, John, you can dork out about thunderstorms. Pat goes for the full immersion experience with his family.
That's terrible. That's like only one deer. The Western Front is that times. The Western Front is that on 11 for all our Spinal Tap fans out there.
Now, I've had the privilege to help fight wildfires out west a couple of times.
Yes, you have.
With Park Service, and the description that these guys are describing regarding it looking like a forest fire is apt. It's one of those things where it's so powerful to see something that destructive out in the distance, and it's just like you said, John, it's glowing, it's raging, everything else, and the sound coming out of it was very interesting, because obviously it's not artillery fire and the shells slamming down, but the popping and the cracking and well, sometimes the roaring when the trees come down, but certainly not to the same scale. But the cleanup afterwards is also really interesting for me. You were commenting about dorking out in a thunderstorm. Well, when we're sweeping the fields afterwards, and it's all ash and burned out trees and everything else, just to make sure it's completely out, I'm thinking the same thing. This is what the landscape looks like after the shells have come down and burned down the forest and whatnot.
Yeah.
So totally hear you on dorking out when it comes to the environments we're in and trying to mentally compare.
Yeah. That's fascinating, because I mean, most Americans are, they're getting their news about the forest fires out west mainly through news articles or maybe some images, either online or on their news. But you do not. There is no sound. I mean, if there's any sound, it's, local, right? It's of the sirens of fire trucks and that sort of thing. We don't ever hear what the sound of a forest fire is like. So I think that's really interesting that you mentioned that.
Yeah, we are very proud of our co-host here, Matt Borders, for his work when he gets the call to go and fight the wildfires. I know he likes to keep it low key and be real humble, but humble brag. I'm very proud of him at all times for his work as a historian. But a lot of you that don't know, like, he does get to double down as a wildfire firefighter for the National Park Service when they call upon him. And
it's not my primary duty, not by half. There's a lot of great guys and gals that do this all the time. This is just when they need the additional
but
help.
We're just proud that you answer the call, bud, and we're always happy to see you come home safe. So, just want to throw that out there.
Absolutely. Yeah. Hats off to you, Matt. Thank you very much, man, for your work out there.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Dude, it's good. Be weird about it, man. I don't know. We're proud of you. Love you.
Yeah. You're actually like, I don't know. I mean, I know a hot shot. I don't want to mention him by name here. You probably know him too. who's in our organization. But yeah, I mean, I feel almost privileged to be able to know people that do that kind of work, because
he's been in the real big ones. I'm certain of that. It seems that my fires have been a few thousand acres, kind of a smaller scale by Western fires. But yeah, the guys who are hot shotting and our level 1 firefighters, they're on the big ones that are out west and whatnot. California got terrible blazes.
Well,
but moving on.
History Things Podcast loves you all. Thank you all for your work. Back to the Western Front.
Boom. All right. So when the 151 arrived in the city of Verdun, General Deville, right, he used to be the 151 commander, right, the regimental commander. So now he's up at division. He's commanding the 42nd Division. But General Deville summoned all the officers from the units and of the 42nd Division to the Verdun Town Hall. And there he held a short briefing to address the role they were to play in the dire period ahead. Joubert remembers it this way, because there's actually several witnesses since all the officers got called. We also have Louis Ye's account as well. And the words are very similar here. So we're almost like in the room with Deville and all these officers. And I can just envision it. Like, there's a few lamps on. I have a photograph here of the town hall at Verdun, which has got shell damage to it because the town itself is being shelled by German heavy artillery shells. So every once in a while, what sounds like a freight train flying overhead just slams down and collides with the buildings, and you hear that tremendous blast with that tremendous roar. So imagine yourself in this scene. You're about to go into the furnace up ahead of you, occasional heavy artillery shells passing overhead. And Deville tells these officers, gentlemen, Verdun is threatened. You are at Verdun, and you are the Verdun Brigade. I won't hide the truth from you. We've been taken by surprise. I won't hide the mistakes from you. We must fix them. The situation was desperate. It's not yet stabilized. The sector we're taking up, chaos. The life which awaits us there, battle. The trenches, they don't exist. No barbed wire, no defensive entanglements, certainly no shelters. Nothing. Gentlemen, don't ask me for supplies. I don't have any. Reinforcements, I don't have any to give to you. Good luck, gentlemen. It's good talk.
Talking about laying it out there. Jeez.
Yeah. I mean, he's probably been up for days without sleep, and just as learning about the situation, and is just as frustrated as anybody else. The seeming lack of planning. The French found out about the operation very late. They only had a couple of weeks to prepare for it, but just the sheer operation that was occurring for months before the French were alerted to it, and now they're getting tossed into it, and they have to pay the price for other people's mistakes. I think that's what you're sort of getting from Deville there.
I have Viva la France moment, just I got nothing for you all. So for the country, y'all.
I mean, I appreciate that brutal honesty, but it seems to me sometimes, reading the material that you've put together here for the Verdun Regiment, John, and other material I've read on the First World War, there seems to be a fatalism that we sometimes hear in French commanders. And I don't know if that's just because they've already been through the ringer, like Deville has been, or if this is something that's kind of always been in their structure. We talked a little bit about the elan and the spirit of the attack during the first part of our conversation, but do you think there's a fatalism, a brutal honesty that they've kind of always had, or is this kind of developed as the wars progressed?
Yeah, I think it's probably the latter as the war progresses. And you've got someone like Deville, who starts off as a regimental commander, who is under fire himself and has seen the bodies himself. Sure. He's not one of these generals in a smoke-filled room way behind the lines. The guy's actually planning a lot of these operations or responding to the operations of the other side. He is, I don't know if I call him a man of the ranks, but he's certainly, been a lot closer to it. I mean, this is one of the last wars where generals are dying. Colonels get killed, not often, but they get killed. We talked about majors, that is battalion commanders, routinely getting killed. I mean, it's just commonplace. So, I think for someone like him at this phase of the war, the fatalism is starting to sink into himself. I think eventually it would infect even leaders of the senior command. Those guys either broke down and had like mental collapses, but then it got papered over, and the guy got promoted up, or he got sent to like Limoges, for instance, in the south of France, just like a command operational area way behind the lines. It would happen to so many generals that would get sent back there. Some of it was because they just performed poorly in 1914, but the French even developed a word called limoging. Basically, it means being sent to there, like imagine like New Yorking. If you got New Yorked, it meant you got sent behind the lines. No reflection on New York City, of course, my home city, but in other words, to illustrate what that was.
Go Giants. Just want to say that again. By the time this airs, we're going to be like 0-11, just the worst freaking team, shouldn't even be in the league.
Well, speaking of fatalism, if you're a Giants fan, you have a streak of fatalism in yourself.
Oh yeah, that's why I said. By the time this episode's airing, we're probably going to, when we're recording it, we're like 0-3, 0-4, but by the time this comes out, we'll probably be 0-11.
Yeah.
Trash.
I have a sector map here that's from the regimental archives, and I did put some text over the top of it to illustrate where we are. So overall, this is the Haugemont sector. The Bois d'Haugemont is where the front lines would be. Bois, B-O-I-S, just meaning woods. So here I've translated it, Haugemont wood. In the center is the Goulette ravine, or ravin. Ravin means ravine in French, right? Ravin de la Goulette, which was a stream that was running through here. Behind them, in the sort of the second line, support line, so to speak, is the Bois Navet, or the Navet wood. And then the very famous, or infamous, I should say, Ravin de la Mort, the death ravine, filters directly into this the sector that they're, that's real metal.
That's very metal.
The death ravine, so this is sort of where it empties out into the Goulette ravine, but the death ravine, if you follow it along a track to the east and southeast, it leads directly to Fort de Douaumont. And the men from, if you're up on the either the very back line, the support line, or in the very front line, they can see Fort Douaumont. And at this point, it's being heavily shelled, but not by the Germans, because they had already captured it, right, on the first day with, I won't get into that history, but they this fluke attack, they happened to get in there, infiltrate it, take the strongest fortress that was heavily undermanned by the French at that point, and very ungunned, right, outgunned. They pulled out all their artillery to use in other offensives, essentially. So now it's been captured by the Germans, and it's being shelled by the French. So they're seeing these huge shells coming down, these geysers of earth being projected out of this, of the fort in the background, which is mostly shrouded in smoke and dust at that phase. But they know that Fort Douaumont is up there. So the units of the 42nd Division would take up positions on the right bank of the Meuse in the Haugemont sector here, Haugemont Wood. The reserve position was back near Fort Froide-Terre, so that's their support line, which was also being shelled at the time, and they would dig trenches there. And as night fell, the regiment departed Verdun with the flames of the burning buildings to light their way. The men were silent, quote, as Joubert would say, like an army of specters marching towards the guns. A Dantesque scene, to be sure. Snow covered the ground at this point, so it's illuminated. It's kind of like a pink incandescence as the fires of the forests and the towns that are burning, plus the bombardments, are lighting up the sky, and then that's being projected onto the ground. So you're marching up to those heights that we'd seen before. It's covered in snow. There's a pink incandescence. And after hours of marching, 151 finally arrived at its frontline position, which is depicted here, crossing through the Ravin de la Mort, the death ravine, to reach Haugemont. On the ground everywhere around them lay hundreds of bodies of French Zouaves and Moroccan troops, fallen in the previous fighting, the snow silently covering them with a blanket of white. As Deville had warned, there were no trenches to speak of, only shallow scrapes in the ground, knee-deep fighting holes linked together with a shallow trough. There was nothing between them and the German army, whose first line was only 50 meters away. There were no wire entanglements out in front of them. During the day, their first line positions were exposed to enemy fire from above, from the heights above, as well as by enfilade from both flanks. Yet the German army had temporarily stalled out here just a few days before the 151's arrival, and the enemy's artillery had yet to fully target the location. Although it was not apparent at the time, in a way, the regiment's arrival in the sector in the first week of March was fortuitous, as the Germans' army effort had shifted to the left bank of the Meuse, with a relative lull in the fighting on the right bank. I want to use air quotes there around lull, because they're still fighting, but it's not furious, right?
Sure.
Aside from the occasional shelling and machine gun strafing by both sides, the first line would remain relatively calm. It was also spared from heavy artillery, owing to the nearness of the opposing lines. The same was true of the immediate support position, which was located in the shelter of the Audremont quarries, which was mercilessly, so right behind the first line, you have a quarry that have been there for, I don't exactly know how long, maybe a couple decades. And so there's these support positions there, these little shelters there, and they're going to try to use whatever they have, like ammo crates and, gear and rocks, to sort of build up any sort of protection from shrapnel that might be bursting overhead. And here we have photographs that were taken by Tizon, a composite image using, again, his personal camera, and you can see shells exploding in the background. And I mentioned at this early phase in the battle, there is still some scrub forest left in this sector. So that's what you see. You see these trees in the background, and in the weeks ahead, those will be annihilated. But for now, there is still these like shattered trees, this asparagus farm kind of look to everything, with the limbs shattered off. Of course, it's early spring, so there's no leaves yet on the trees. There's not much foliage to speak of in general at this point. While merciless bombardments would soon eviscerate all of the nature from the heights of Verdun, at this point, even around the Audremont quarries, there are these trees that we can see. And the regiment was immediately put to work on improving these scrapes, basically these fighting positions that they had, deepening the trenches, digging communication trenches to connect them together, constructing advanced listening posts, and erecting barbed wire out front. This work could only be done at night. So, I mentioned that, so the first line position is basically spared from most artillery. 77 shells can strike there, but you're at 50 meters from their own front line. They're probably not going to use that too much, more like light mortars. The real enemy is during the daylight machine gunning from the heights above them. So you would dig, and then during the day, the Germans would shell or with mortars or strafe it with machine guns, and you'd kind of have to start your work all over again. So you're just laying down in these little scrapes during the day, not doing anything, being immobile, or else you're going to get killed. And at night, dig. And at night, go out and put out any sort of barbed wire that you might have to slow the enemy's progress, because you're going to feel pretty naked out there with nothing separating you from the entire German army that is bearing down on top of you. And again, these photos captured by Tizon, captain at this point. He had been promoted to captain of a machine gun company. This is later on. This is so like 10 days after they arrived. And so you can see that they've used ammunition crates, artillery shell and machine gun ammunition crates to help build some basic shelter, but that's not going to protect you from shrapnel if there's shells exploding overhead. And you see there's a dreariness here. I think you can see in the men, and we're going to get into this a little bit here, what they go through. I find that each of the rotations at Verdun has its own flavor, and Audremont definitely has its own flavor. Without spoiling anything too much, like they don't have a lot of heavy combat, but the prevailing over all of this is going to be the sense of abandonment. And so that's going to bring its own trials. They got sent to a position where there's no trenches. I mean, as bad as the trenches are, it is shelter, and it does provide, there is a routine around trenches, right? I mean, there are the chores that occur that are a pain in the ass, but like you bring your water up, you bring your wine up, you bring your food up, you make sure you've got
Don't
your
forget
ammunition.
your wine. Don't forget the wine.
Oh yes, the French, they're being issued wine. We didn't cover this before, but they are issued what they call pinard, which just means like rough red wine. Every day, at the beginning of the war, they get a quarter of a liter. By 1916, they're getting a liter of a wine per day. Each man is owed 1 liter of wine.
That's
but of
my
course,
favorite detail in that kid movie, Sergeant Stubby, that I referenced, because I said that whole movie revolves around the dog, a French guy, and a doughboy. And at one point, the French guy sits down and busts out a bottle of wine and just starts to crush it. And the American's like, "What? They give you wine?" And he's like, "Heck yeah, they do."
Later on, they would trade that wine since they had it in plenty, except at places like Verdun, but they would trade it with the Americans for cigarettes.
Okay.
Still very popular, mostly with the younger generation cigarettes, but it was the Virginia tobacco. They absolutely loved the Virginia tobacco. The French tobacco is coming from the Orient, right? From like the Middle East at that point, but it's really rough. And I have some original French ration tobacco. And I've read a soldier's letter that he says, he describes the word as bark. So it looks like, just like, imagine just really rough cut tobacco, tastes like crap, burns your throat. Like, it's not a good smoke. That's what you're being issued. I mean, it's army tobacco. So don't expect. Yeah. They didn't issue it with a smoking jacket. So it's pretty rough stuff. But when the Americans arrived, they start trading for that fine golden Virginia and Kentucky tobacco, which I'm a personal favorite of mine as well. So
I'm actually shocked to hear you say that they didn't issue it with a smoking jacket. The French army looks very cool at all times, pretty much in history. So, this one pizzazz they don't have.
Yeah.
Smoking jacket. That was a great French impression.
But issued tobacco, I mean, we don't think of it too much these days, but just that was considered a requirement. Right. I mean, you were issued wine and you were issued tobacco. Nowadays, of course, you're not. Modern militaries are not issuing that as your ration.
No, they get MREs with Tabasco sauce.
Right.
Yeah.
You take it and you like it.
Not with tobacco though. Just Tabasco.
Just Tabasco. It's totally different.
All day long, the German machine guns, as I was mentioning before, they're going to be sweeping their lines. They're going to be sweeping the tops of these really shallow trenches. Eventually, these trenches become like knee deep, and then they become waist deep. Eventually, they will become legitimate trenches, but only after, tough work, right? I mean, you're, like I said, you're under fire, you're short on supplies. You had your water that you brought up in your bidon, in your canteen, but that's gone now. And you're trying to get that up to the front, but you're under fire. You're traveling over long distances, over broken ground. So you're going to see one of these signatures of Verdun. And I guess, we kind of think of it as ubiquitous to the First World War. That's not actually necessarily true, or not wholly true. There's certain sectors or certain battles at certain times of those battles where you can't get up reinforcements, supplies, water, food. And at Audremont, it becomes one of the most extreme circumstances I've seen, where you're almost on like survivor mode. And we'll get to that too. But the slightest movement immediately called down a hail of bullets. Now and then, seemingly without purpose, salvos of light and medium caliber shells came crashing down around the men, who huddled down pathetically into shallow scrapes of cover as chunks of shrapnel whizzed through the air, like the metal axes that we were mentioning before in the show and tell we did. So that's what's like passing through. I love this sketch that was done by a soldier in the front. He's illustrating the metal flying through the air. I mean, you can almost feel it and hear it, right? And the fear and the sort of pathetic like huddle that men have to take as they take any sort of shelter, even the slightest fold in the ground is better than nothing. And the lesson was really simple. Keep down and keep still. Due to the proximity of the front lines, as I mentioned before, it was the support line on the ridge behind in the Bois Navet, the Navet Woods, which was the target of frequent shelling. And the same was true of their reserve position back at Fort Froide-Terre and on Froide-Terre Hill, Froide-Terre Heights, it's called, where German 105 and 150 millimeter shells were raining down. The neighboring sectors were also being hit hard at this time. At night, the effect was impressive, and Joubert would note, for 3 kilometers all around, a distinct zone was created where flares, spotlights, cannon flashes, and the flickering flames of fires put on their display in the distant setting of a glowing fog. The vestibule of hell, declares Second Lieutenant de la Ferrière. And it truly was that, a luminosity from beyond, a work of Dante, a fantastic vision on a field of death.
Was that
ration and
is that a
resupply
modern
parties.
photo, John? Sorry to interrupt. Was that a modern photo?
That's a illustration.
Okay.
It's a modern painting of Foie de Terre.
Okay.
And I found this. I love it. I mean, first of all, you don't find too much imagery of Foie de Terre, but if you go there today, like whatever reason, the shell holes are quite punctuated there. I mean, all of Verdun it's like an unending, like undulating sea of shell holes, right? It looks like the
moonscape right there.
So let me ask you this, just because I like to connect to things that I can physically, I guess, relate to. So I've been to Champion Hill at Vicksburg, which has some kind of alien sort of pucked up landscape from the shelling and the digging there. Is that as close as we're going to get stateside here if you can't make it to the Western Front?
Yeah, pretty much.
So go to Vicksburg if you can't fly across the ocean.
Yeah, get a sense of it.
Yeah.
You had mentioned in the previous episode, your desire to get to Vimy. Yes. Highly recommend it. There is a large section of the ridge that has been preserved. They have signs up saying, there's portions of that are still considered zone rouge, red zone. Mm-hmm. You cannot walk in the woods because they've not cleared them. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can.
I have a helmet, as everybody can see.
That'll protect you from the shells under your foot.
Right, exactly.
Totally.
but when you go to Vimy, you get that sense too. I mean, they preserved that like a sector, essentially, like a small sector of it. Yeah. The Argonne Forest I mentioned before is probably the best preserved trench networks I've seen, and no one goes there. No one goes there. So if you want to see like intact networks of trenches and you want to find a lot of material, go to the Argonne. But if you want to get a sense of like this vast expanse of destruction, now all these forests have grown up around the Verdun battlefield. They planted pine woods there because it's the only thing that can grow in the acidic forest. Some of this was farmland beforehand. Nothing will grow there anymore. Even a few years ago, the French issued a new warning, the French government, because there's people that would hunt on the land and they would hunt wild boar, for instance. There's wild boar at Verdun and deer. And so let some hunters go out and get their venison. But those animals subsist off of the land itself, and the waters are still poisoned with poison gas and the explosives that are in the ground there that's seeping into the groundwater. So they, even just a few years ago, issued a new warning: do not consume the meat that you eat at Verdun, or that was hunted at Verdun. So it's still the case. And if you want to get a sense of the scale, go to Verdun, walk around the woods, get off of the main trails. I say that with a note of caution, because it's extremely dangerous. The tourist department will obviously say, like, do not go off the main trails. I mean, guys like us, we're going to go off the trails. It's just all there is to it. Yeah. But I can tell you, I mean, I related a story from the Argonne, but there's artillery shells are everywhere, and grenades are everywhere, and there's rusted metal and barbed wire and that kind of thing. So you got to be really careful when you are venturing off trail there. So, but go at your own risk, right? I think we're way too litigious in the society. So just be responsible and watch your foot.
Be responsible, be respectful.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't be an asshole.
And so, but anyways, so we've got this cool painting here of Foie de Terre, and I think it really illustrates it. And if you, what this is, the landscape is starting to look like. It shows some trenches here in the background, the 151 in the support line, right? So this is like essentially like the third line position. I want to say it's 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers behind the Odremont sector. That's where these battalions are being rotated when they're on a couple of days rest. They'll be basically 1 week in the first or second line, and they push them back here because, as we'll discuss, the 151st, I mean, you talk about long tours, they're going to be here for 3 weeks, 21 days under fire. So that is a hell of a rotation to have to do. And of course, as we were mentioning before, ration and supply parties would need to be sent out to bring food, water, ammunition, everything that an army has to subsist off of needs to be brought up. Now, it can be brought up by truck and rail only so far, and then the shelling is a factor. So then it needs to be brought up maybe on mules, but then the mules are going to get killed. So then it needs to be brought up on the last beast of burden, little tongue twister there, and that's man. Man is the last beast of burden, and so you would have to carry all this heavy ammunition and supplies up on the backs of men.
They call that the tump line in the British Army.
Yeah,
I think that's the Tump line, where the men were just carrying things like
sounds right,
2-3 crates at a time or something like that.
John, I'm glad you're touching on this, because I noticed
sorry.
how often these parties are getting killed and wounded every time they go out to try to bring up food and water. They're getting cut down, they're getting maimed, and oftentimes these supplies aren't getting back to the front where they're needed. So I'm glad you touched on this, because it came up time and again in the book, and it's just such a brutal
it's such
aspect.
a signature of Verdun for sure, and some of the other big battles too. We'll see. We're going to hit upon tonight. This photograph was taken by Louis Ye. Interestingly enough, he's got a few personal photos as well. I love they've got the screens, the canvas screens on the road to help screen troop movements from German observation, either on their heights for artillery observation or from planes. But this is one of the roads that leads directly through the Goulet ravine that we had talked about before. So these are 151 soldiers going to and from the front lines, probably on a ration party of some sort. Getting rations, as you were saying, is going to be increasingly difficult. We're going to go into that as well. I know that's a frequent line of mine, but we are going to dig into it. From Froid-Terre, the parties typically followed this road. So Froid-Terre being that last image that we saw, this is the Bras-Douaumont road. So the road that connects the village of Bras to the village of Douaumont, which no longer exists. Well, at this time, it's already been wiped off the face of the earth. It's one of, I think, 9 villages in the Verdun sector that would never be rebuilt. So it's just been entirely annihilated. And it was a dangerous and deadly assignment. I mean, it's just such a routine thing. Like, do you define bravery as going back to get water or food or ammunition? Like that in this war, you do. I mean, you would be assigned if there were no volunteers. But it was hard work. It was done at night. It's under fire most of the time. You're going through poison gas clouds at times too, so you have to don gas masks, all where you're carrying this stuff up with you. And as the days wore on, more and more these ration and supply men would be killed. And Laporte comes across one of these groups. So Laporte, right? He is the corporal who was in the Argonne. He had joined the 151 in the spring of 1915. He had been through heavy fighting there. He'd suffered multiple injuries. His last one was during that 30th of June, 1915 attack, when he was crushed essentially by a trench that was collapsing on top of him, and was struck by mortar shell fragments, then got typhoid after he drank out of a stream where there were bodies floating in it, as he crawled back to the first aid post. So he is now recovered and he's back, right? He's back with the regiment. It's been sent back to the front. But he is on one of these resupply parties at Verdun in March 1916, coming off of the Audremont sector. And he says that he encountered a ration supply party, one of his these ration supply parties from the regiment. And he would say, on the road, 2 vehicles with their slaughtered horses. Surrounding them with ration sacks lying beside them, 8 bodies. The men on a resupply chore from a different company, struck down in the course of their mission. Among those inert masses, only 2 things moved. One of the party is crawling off the road towards the ditch, crying. It's a wounded man with his legs broken. The only one of the group spared from death. And in the other direction, a small keg of wine rolls slowly down the road, coming to rest against the body.
Such an evocative description.
Right. I mean, that image of that wine barrel rolling, that keg of wine. I mean,
exactly.
It's straight out of a horror movie. I mean, horror movies got nothing on this war. You want to make a horror movie, make it about the Great War. I mean, that is just such a creepy image. And so you're going out at night, right? Laporte's out at night. He's going back to, pull up some supplies on his own with maybe 10 men. And in the road, hovering out of the darkness, all of a sudden you just see these bodies of these mangled men and these horses that were bringing up some of the heavier supplies that have been cut down by artillery. And there's just this man crying, whose legs have been shattered by the artillery shells that exploded near them that killed these guys. and then slowly that sound of wood rolling over that gravel road and coming to rest against a dead body. I mean, what an image, right? Oh, terrible stuff.
There is something I think to be said about how maybe perhaps desensitized we have become as a world society to the horrors of war, because we have to seek our thrills of being scared, mostly chasing the supernatural now. I mean, if you think about it, right, we have to like go out of our way to see things like The Exorcist or Alien movies or Boogeymans or Jason or any of that stuff. But like here, like this is real life we're talking about. And we're talking, and if you get into the minutia of the day-to-day stuff that they're seeing, like, you know, a lot of the themes of horror movies is the gross, especially B horror films, is the gross visuals.
Sure.
Warfare has all that. But like we're not as, oh my God, when we watch war movies, we're like, oh, that's gross. But if Rob Zombie directs a film and it's disgusting, we're like, yes. Which, by the way, I love.
I'm a big horror movie fan myself. So, you know, I guess I'm always been kind of drawn to that dark imagery. But it's totally right. I mean, we are not like in our culture here. I mean, the United States, not you know, not around the rest of the world where people are dealing with some of this shit still, and have always been. But yeah, we seek these thrills because we live in such a great nation and society that we like, you know, we can do that on our leisure time, right?
Right.
I mean, the very fact that we can read these kind of letters, like we are not in a war currently that is affecting us. And this is we won't get into modern combat and war and politics and all that, but the American people do not experience war. Not like this, right? And so we can seek it out in our leisure time. I think if you're actually going through a war, even if it's not the first war, if you're going through a war and you're deeply affected, I'm sure you wouldn't be spending your downtime looking into this kind of stuff.
My grandfather is a great example of this. We just lost my grandfather earlier this year, and I've been thinking a lot about a conversation I had with him in the last few years of his life where we talked about his time in Korea, and when his war was over, almost all wars were over for him. I mean, like he did a lot of work with the government, with the military, but like very, very seldomly on his own time was he reading like a book about some sort of military action or things like that. It just, in fact, going back to Glory again, in fact, he told me very vividly the last war movie he ever saw in theater was Glory, and he had to leave halfway through it because the first time the guns really opened up in one of the scenes, he said it was just too much for him. And things like that. But it was just, you know, it's an example that I think is true no matter, you know, wherever in time. I guess my brain just jammed up there, but we do have the privilege, the luxury, I guess, of being able to seek this stuff out in our own time, based on our military experience globally. Yeah,
absolutely. I think it's always good to keep that in balance. I mean, I don't feel any need to apologize for it, of course. I mean, I think that war is always this force in human lives, and it gives us meaning. I mean, when I try to explain it to people that are not into military history or history in general, or people that are not into, you know, like the reenacting stuff that I mentioned before, because that's where a lot of these conversations come up. You know, the thing I try to say, the best way to explain it is that, like, I love humanity. I mean, I'm a fan of humankind, even all the terrible stuff that we do to each other.
Yep.
And you can't find anything that is a greater sort of boilerplate, chamber pot, intense human experience outside of war. If you want to understand the extremes of humanity, what we're willing to do for each other and to each other, both good and bad, look into war, because it is the extreme of that. It is a petri dish of that. And so rather than look at vast swaths of history with seemingly, like, you know, disconnected cultures and people, we can look into war where all these people from all different walks of life come together and are affected by a single experience, and seeing how people react and how they behave in these moments. I mean, we've talked mostly about the horror of the war, but there are these moments of humanity that come out that are, I mean, it's almost as heartbreaking as reading about the tragedy, where you see people trying to save their humanity or the humanity of somebody else, because it's a lot harder to watch someone else suffer than to see your own self suffer, I think.
Well said.
Yeah.
So,
Speaking of that,
we had covered the scene of the ration party, and, just one example, right? Just one guy's letters of finding this. This is happening throughout the war, but it's happening at Verdun routinely. Ration parties getting slaughtered, just trying to bring water and food up to the men. And now Campana is here, of course. He's that hot-blooded Corsican that we had talked about before in 1915. Not to do a plug, but like get the book to really understand a little bit more about his character. Because
No, do a plug.
Yeah, plug away.
He's a freaking character.
Buy the book. Amazon, wherever books are sold. Buy John's book.
And we've got all these thousand and million little small scale moments like Laporte had experienced, but Roger Campana, who is kind of like a little Captain America badass. He's this hot-blooded guy. He does like crazy shit, and he goes out there. He sacrifices himself. Something we didn't talk about, like in Champagne, when he gets there in October, he goes out and tries to find the body of his friend, one of his Saint-Cyr candidates that was killed on the opening day of the offensive on the 25th of September, and gets permission from his captain and goes out there in this field of death and tries to find his buddy. So he does these kind of like caper-like things, but a lot of it comes from a good place, I think, ultimately. And so even though he kind of feels like he's gotten a bit of an indomitable spirit and he's like crazy brave, he also would have to go through some of these small painful scenes, to quote Joubert. And I'll talk about that, Joubert's experiences later on, but he has this great line where he says, I'm in this war, this big war, but to me, what it consists of are all these small, painful scenes. And in order to shore up a collapsing trench in March 1916, Roger Campana, and this is a photograph of him in a frontline trench at the very beginning of March 1916, in the Audremont sector here. You can see some pine trees still sticking up that haven't been, devastated by the artillery yet. And one of Campana's men, to help shore up this collapsing trench, he volunteers to leave the trench in the middle of the day to cut down one of these saplings to use for revetting, for revetment to help shore up this trench, this crucial section of trench. And the guy stepping forward to volunteer for the suicidal job basically was himself suicidal. He was a man who just before going up to the line, to Verdun, had confided in Campana, his commander, his platoon commander, that his daughter, who had recently passed away from illness after being abandoned by his mother, who was an adulterous person, went off with some other guy, basically left the daughter. Daughter gets sick, a little kid, I think she's 5 or 6 years old, passes away from the disease, from this. He goes AWOL, this guy, to try to find his daughter, doesn't make it there in time, finds her dead already, comes back, and is being punished basically when he comes back for going AWOL. Campana has basically, he's like, hey, I get it, man. Like, so he got sentenced to like, I think a week in the brig, but then, eventually you got to go join the ranks again because we got a better punishment for you. Come to Verdun. But anyways, this guy, he is borderline suicidal after having gone through that experience of having his wife leave him and then his daughter passing away. So he volunteers for this mission. And unfortunately, this poor guy's wish would be fulfilled. Shortly after leaving the cover of the trench, he would be shot in the face by a sniper. The bullet would pass through his nose, completely take off his nose, go through his cheek, and then hit his shoulder and burst that open too. And as this guy is laying there, Campana runs out of the trench with another guy, drags him back into their trench, into shelter. And Campana writes about this moment once they get him back into the trench. The blood gushed out in bursts. An artery must have been cut. All the efforts of the stretcher bearers to stop the hemorrhaging were in vain. His face grew pale. His purple eyelids began to close. His discolored lips trembled. His nose pinched up, or what was left of it. His entire face showed that death had cast its hideous veil over him. He opened his eyes revealing dilated pupils. Lieutenant, there, in my jacket there, to the right, wallet, photo, my little girl. I handed him what he asked, the portrait of his young daughter. He gave a passionate kiss to the face of the child. Give my money to my comrades for wine. My little girl, I'm coming to you. Your mama, no, go away. Your mama's cruel. Yes, she's cruel. He suddenly threw back his head. He shook in a long shudder, and then it was over. He had ended his cavalry. His clenched hand, we left the photo of his departed child, who he'd now gone to join. His body, wrapped in a tent canvas, was put down in a ditch, dug behind the trench at the foot of a briar bush. Campana he would retaliate with his men that night by sneaking up to the German trench and tossing in a handful of grenades. But this satisfaction was short-lived. Campana would see another victim struck down, and the loss would hit him just as hard. This time it was a young soldier who'd always been dependable in the past, but after being struck in the helmet by a fragment from an exploding grenade, had become skittish from the close call. When the man refused to go out on a wiring party, Campana disciplined the bewildered man by having him stand watch in a listening post for 12 consecutive hours. It was there that the man was shot through the throat. When Campana arrived, the dying man looked up at him, and Campana would say, "Oh, the look he gave me, I will never forget it. A look that revealed plainly at once gentleness, pain, and regret. A feeble smile weakly spread across his terrified face. He held out his hand to me. Lieutenant, you'll write to my mother." "Yes, dear boy." "You won't say anything. You won't speak of my mistake." "No, I will say you were bravely wounded, mortally wounded. But if you can get treated in time, you'll get better." No, I can't breathe." He coughed up a dark spurt of blood. Lieutenant, don't be angry with me if I've done something bad. You'll tell my girlfriend that I loved her very much, that she'll remember me." "Yes, dear boy, I promise. I give you my word. Your girl will not forget you. She'll never forget you. And for your mother, I'll take care of her. I'll fill her in on everything. Thank you." And then a pause. I can't breathe. He coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Then a calm seemed to come over his poor face. He looked at us for a few moments, smiled again, closed his lips, closed his eyes, and then in the hands of the old stretcher bearer, whose face was streaked with tears, his head gently eased down. I knelt beside him and kissed his perspiring forehead, which death had already made cold. Then, so that my men couldn't see, I hid away in my shelter, and I let the tears I'd held back flow freely.
So I'm a dad of a little girl, and you just destroyed me. Wow. I have a hard time. I always had a hard time with the concept of parents losing children. When I was young, one of my very, very best friends in life, who listeners out there and those familiar with me personally have heard me for my entire life refer to this man as my brother. We lost a friend when we were young kids, and I'm close with his mother still. So it's sort of one of these things that I've gotten to talk to her about. And so secondhand, third hand, I've, kind of thought I had an idea about this experience, but then I became a parent. And specifically, I have a little girl, and listening to that, that just was so heavy, dude. I really wasn't expecting that. Thank you for sharing.
Well, that's why I had to pause too. I've read this little bit so many times in my own mind, and I've transcribed it, of course, and I put it in the book. And no matter how many times I read it, it obviously still affects me. And I agree. Like, as a young man, I've always felt very close to these people, and a lot of people in history, but with the French in particular. But the equation changes when you have a kid, and then when you read about a guy that's a parent, and then that loss. And you know that it's not just the loss that occurs right there in the battlefield, it's the loss to his family that's going to affect them for the rest of their lives. You know, how many orphans were there because of this war on all sides, right? And I mean, now that I got my own boy too, like it's harder to read something like that. And I think, you know, as even guys like us that read letters like that kind of routinely, it still affects, you know, it still is good to just pause. And I think, remember, these are human beings that are going through these things, you know.
I would almost challenge that there's something potentially wrong with you if you're not affected by an account like that. I'm like, I mean, if you could just take that one on the chin and be like, oh, well, like you might be a sociopath. Just going to put that out there.
I think I used to be more affected by like the concept of young men being killed and now young women being killed in combat. Yeah. Since I used to be a younger man myself. And so I saw that tragedy of like the youth dying. But now I read letters about guys that are a little older, that are parents and have families. And that almost affects me more than, you know, just personally, emotionally affects me more than the tragedy of a young person dying.
Yeah.
As time dragged on, the situation for the men in the line was becoming strained. With their provisions of water and wine exhausted, the men had to make the most of the meager reserve ration of bread and canned food. German artillery became more active, targeting the frontline positions more and more often. The first line mainly came under fire from light shells, 77s and 105s, while the second line was hit with 150s and worse. In this photograph here, although it's a little later from the period we're talking about, it is their sector. So you got the Bois Navet in the immediate foreground. The Ravin de la Mort, the death ravine, is in the right, or on the right, I should say. And then the Bois d'Audremont is the one that's a little bit more towards the upper portion of the photograph there. Those trenches, so those are the finished trenches that the 151 dug, which is what I really like about this photograph. Like, that's their work. But in the photograph, you can see, I think I counted like 13 shells exploding at once. So the moment that this aviator took this picture, there's 13 shells exploding at once. And that's just a moment in time. I mean, this is a sector that is obviously under fire. You can see it's been almost completely deforested at this point. We still see some stalks of trees left, but there's nothing left at this point of nature. The monstrous effect of these shells surrounded the men on all sides. Men were cut to pieces, decapitated, and projected bodily into the trees that still remained standing. The corpses grotesquely suspended in place until they disintegrated over days or weeks. As 1 week dragged onto another, and 2 weeks dragged into 3, time ceased to have meaning as days and nights blended together. Resupplying those at the front still proved a difficult feat, and Laporte lamented that over the course of 10 days, his company had received only 2 meager provisions of food. Joubert despaired. Nowhere else had I felt such isolation and stupefaction as I did at Audremont. Reduced to Lieutenant Ganot and me, camaraderie no longer sufficed. At first, we made small talk with each other, but the monotony of the days, even the permanence of danger, had brought an end to this. We remained quiet. We had lost our lightheartedness. Our faces were grave and tense. We had lost our appetite. The only way to relieve the boredom is to go to sleep. On the 20th of March, Campana set out with a party of 8 men to find food. When they came back the next morning, only 5 of the party were left, and they had no rations, as the supply vehicles had been destroyed by shelling in the rear. The next night, another 8 men were sent out, and this time, none returned. The shredded bodies were found later among the debris of their inverted bread wagons. Under the uninterrupted bombardment, harassing gunfire, German infantry raids, deprived of sleep, of food, of water for days, the situation for the regiment got worse. Like shipwreck survivors, they were now reduced to scavenging whatever scraps they could find off the bodies of the dead Germans in no man's land. The biscuits, sausages, and butter they found on the rotting bodies that had been rotting for a month were permeated with the smell of rotting flesh. But hunger proved more powerful, and their disgust, and the men devoured the spoiled morsels all the same. 2 weeks in the line became 3, and the situation for the regiment was critical. Losses on the ground continued to mount. Campana's platoon had gone in with 45 troops. After 17 days at the front, only 12 remained. Joubert stated, "The shells, the bullets, and the sickness even had devastated us. The 3rd Battalion is reduced to an effective of a single company. My platoon consists only of 1 sergeant, 1 corporal, and 19 men. And we listen to the 77s, 105s, 210s, 380s, even 420s passing over our heads. And the fire doesn't slack at night. Sometimes the sky glowed red, and for a little while, when it was raining, it looked like it was raining blood." Finally, on the night of March 27th, the battered 3rd Battalion was pulled off the line. After slogging their way back down to the city of Verdun and then beyond, the survivors boarded trucks to be taken to rest. The 1st and 2nd Battalions had to endure another 2 days before they were in turn relieved on the 29th of March. The 151 had served an absolutely grueling 21 days under constant enemy fire. The casualty reports for the 151 vary widely, and in any case are highly inaccurate. With only 34 officers and 1,500 men remaining on the rolls at the end of the unit's rotation, this would mean that 1,300 had been killed, wounded, or was the case for many, fallen ill and had been evacuated. Bronchitis, strep throat, influenza, pneumonia, typhoid, frostbite, or shell shock. Upon returning to the rear, General de Ville personally congratulated the 151. "From a non-existent sector, you made a sector of resistance. You were under threat of a blow from an attack that your successors had to endure, but which they were able to hold back thanks to your earthworks. Thus your efforts have aided France. Now you must prepare yourselves mentally for the eventuality of a more serious battle, a life of battle. You're going to find yourselves in circumstances where, as never before, you'll have to rely on yourselves. Farewell, gentlemen, and good luck." And once again, replacements, 19 and 20 years old, from the class of 1916, arrived to replenish the depleted ranks with the recovered sick and injured. The regiment's strength was brought up to 2,400 men and a full complement of officers. Having escaped the maelstrom with their lives, the arrival of reinforcements, in fact, augured an ill omen. It could only mean one thing: a return to the front. 4 days. 4 days rest is all the men were given before they were sent back into the furnace of Verdun.
4 days?
4 days rest after 21 at the front. Yeah. I try to wrap my head around that. Like, so you're able to sleep a bit, get some food and water, clean all of the refuse off of your uniform, wake up another day, and then you're like, hey, by the way, tomorrow you're going back to the front.
Like literally the first moment you might start to feel something normal, air quotes, normal. Mm-hmm. As soon as that moment comes, it's like, hey,
get ready.
Back to it.
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. I mean, this is, I do think, like, I mean, there's many battles that are bad, but this one, it does stand out as uniquely awful. And I think that this grinding nature, I mean, 3 rotations, after going through all of that, now you've gotten 4 days, and the guys that were sick, you know, okay, fine. Some of the ranks are depleted because, you know, you got pneumonia, or you got frostbite, or those guys are going to recover and then be sent back into the regiment again. And then you're going to go back up. After now you've experienced Verdun, right? Now you've done your bit. Now you've done your duty, and like, I need to, you know, throw in my shoulder into the fight too. But this is what that means. This is what this equates to. Your commanders throw you forward. You don't have any supplies. You don't have any reinforcements. You don't have a chance of succeeding, right? That's what I think most soldiers want. They want an adequate chance of success. Help us win this fight. And, not to throw that too much on the commanders, but I mean, there's no entrenchments. There's nothing when you first get there because the entire army is collapsing. And you just gotta, you've been handed the, bleep this out, the shit end of the stick. And that's all there is to it.
Now, John, the 151 21-day rotation, 4 days off, and they're back at it. Is this because of the still dire situation of the French army there at Verdun, or what's driving this? Why such a short amount of time?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I think you're right that they just weren't able to get enough men there in time, and so just like they kind of threw them in a little piecemeal, this is another matter of urgency. As we're going to see, the reason they're getting sent up is because it's evident that the Germans are now going to make another push on the left bank this time. So they were on the right bank of the Meuse, close to Fort Douaumont in the Audremont sector. The second time they get sent up is to meet another emergency, essentially, except this time it's on the left bank. And as bad as their tour was at Audremont, and, they didn't go through major combat, right? That actually happened to the units that replaced them. Immediately after the 151 left, the Germans assaulted that sector. But now they at least had trenches and barbed wire up to help slow down the enemy advance. But this time they're going to be going up and, it's a different circumstance altogether. So this time the 151 was being sent to the left bank, as I said, to fight in one of the most infamous sectors of the war, a large hill known as Mortem. Mortem means dead man or dead man's hill. So named before the war. The story I've heard was that even as far back as like the Middle Ages, that there had been a body found there. I mean, how does any topographical or geological feature get its name, right? That there had been a body found there after a man got lost in a snowstorm, and it got called Dead Man's Hill after that. But regardless, in the early morning of the 5th of April, the regiment was boarded onto trucks, which transported them along the famous Voie Sacrée, the sacred route. This was the lifeblood of the French army during the battle, a single road to bring up all supplies and all men. Deboarding at Ballycourt, they would have to march on foot the rest of the kilometers up to the front, up to the heights, separating them from their destination. As they neared the front, the columns passed by batteries of French heavy artillery thundering away, while massive German 380 shells passed overhead with a tremendous rumble. It was midnight by the time the column reached the reserve lines, but the difficult part of the trek still to come. Campana recounted the experience. Our torture commenced. The waterlogged ground was strewn with telephone wires, barbed wire, and especially shell holes. The night was so dark you couldn't see a meter in front of yourself. The men in single file held on to the bayonet scabbard of the man in front. We advanced blindly, groping our way forward to the far-off front lines. On the horizon, flickering pale colored lights appeared and then disappeared. A low roar reached our ears as we approached the battlefield. Finally, Mortem appeared before them, like the curtain rising on the scene of a cataclysm. From a distance, it appeared more like an erupting volcano from the artillery and gunfire raging away on the summit. The regiment entered the first communication trenches while they were still several kilometers from the front line. The winding, seemingly interminable trench became shallower as it entered the real danger zone, where it was gradually and continually leveled by shelling. And now and then, a German shell struck nearby, killing and wounding men before they even reached their posts. The next morning, the men took in the scene around them. At nearly 300 meters in height, Mortem held a commanding view of the left bank. More of a massive ridge than a hill, it consisted not of a single summit, but rather twin summits, which were referred to collectively as Cut 295. Cut, C-O-T-E, means hill in French, so Hill 295. Even before the battle, the hill was largely devoid of trees. By April, after weeks of bombardment and violent attacks, there would not be a single blade of grass or foliage to be found. Nothing but the unending undulations of a vast, static sea of mud and shell holes. The 1st and 2nd Battalions had been assigned to the front line on Cut 295. 1st Battalion on the left or western side, and 2nd Battalion on the right on the eastern side. 3rd Battalion would go into reserve along the southern slopes of Mortham. Several days passed as the artillery activity only increased. Laporte was with 1st Machine Gun Company on the summit that was being pounded by German artillery, and he said, "I have never witnessed such a deluge of fire. It was so bad that those who still remained standing lost their hearing. All types of artillery and calibers of shells rained down by the hundreds. It appeared like a strike was imminent." These suspicions were proven when, on the evening of the 8th of April, 2 German deserters of Polish origin snuck over to the 151's lines and surrendered. Louis acted as a translator as the men revealed they deserted their posts after learning the regiment would be attacking the next day. 0 hour for the bombardment was set for 8 a.m., with the infantry attack set to go off at noon. Artillery of all calibers, heavy Minenwerfers, that's heavy mortars, and flamethrowers were to be unleashed on the French positions. In the event that the infantry attack failed, the barrage was to continue unabated until the evening. Well, the French wasted no time. Extra stores of ammunition and grenades were rushed up to the units on the line. The anticipation amongst the men was palpable. They were spoiling for a fight after all. In the previous month, they had suffered a relentless beating without being able to strike back. For some, this degrading experience of utter powerlessness went even further back, though. Campano was one of those few who had witnessed the massacre of the regiment on the plains of the Champagne on the 6th of October, 1915. And others had witnessed the same site of slaughter on the 25th of September. And he had inculcated his new replacements a lust for revenge through his passionate recountings of those events and the inexcusable behavior of the Germans who had shown as they piteously raked their wounded dead and their dying that had laid helplessly on the ground. The next morning dawned clear and bright. As the hours ticked by, the men sat in nervous anticipation for the coming storm. Then at 8 a.m., a single 105 shrapnel shell burst in the air, its yellow puff of smoke breaking the serene calm. It was the signal for the attack. 3 more shells burst, one after another. Then fury unleashed. Innumerable shells now roared overhead. From all around, columns of smoke, black, gray, white, and yellow, all shot up at the same time from the earth as the general bombardment of the entire sector began. The ground underneath the men's feet literally shook as hundreds of shells detonated around them. Along a front of 6 kilometers in width and 2 kilometers in depth, the world erupted into smoke and flame and steel. It was unprecedented in its severity. From a kilometer away, Joubert watched the spectacle unfold. I have rarely seen such a sight. It was massive in its scale and had a life of its own. It spread out like a game of death in the serenity of morning. Brushstroke was being added to brushstroke in quick succession, dozens at a time. So heavy it felt that I could have suffocated. From a distance, they looked fresh, even harmonious to the eye. It seemed like the thunderclouds floating across the sky, touched with the color of morning. The sun, this virtue, the sun that they had. Beneath its rays, death takes on pure beauty. The men of the 151 had suffered under bombardment on many occasions, but they had experienced nothing like this. Eyewitnesses described uninterrupted curtains of flame and smoke raining down from the sky, or time-fused shrapnel, poison gas, and most of all, high explosives. 77s, 105s, 120s, 150s, 205s, and 210s. Louis said, "We thought the German artillerists were literally hand-dropping the shells down on our positions. The ground is thoroughly saturated down to an area of 20 meters square by 20 meters square. I see arms and legs flying through the air. The wounded can't find the way to the first aid post. In a few hours, it's a lunar landscape where only enormous smoking holes can be seen. Men were slashed, gouged, and smashed by shell fragments, and unable to be evacuated, were struck and wounded again or killed outright. Then at 12:15 p.m., the fire died off suddenly, just as suddenly as it had begun. And at that moment, a flare shot up from the German lines, the signal for the start of the infantry assault. With 1st Battalion on the regiment's left, Company Reserve, suddenly waves of German infantry now jumped out of their trenches. A company of German infantry with bayonets fixed charged against our line. It pressed on a few meters. Then under the tack, 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 our machine guns, it collapsed. Some men, having escaped our volley of bullets, fled back in disorder towards their jumping off positions. None made it back. Our merciless fire stopped them in their tracks, and the survivors threw themselves to the ground. Yet with the trenches completely flattened by well-sighted heavy artillery fire, the situation for 2nd Battalion was rapidly deteriorating. On their front, the German lines had been closer and the ground flatter. Despite suffering heavy losses, wave after wave of German assault troops broke against the 2nd Battalion's positions, and enemy troops began to infiltrate their first line. To 2nd Battalion's right, heavy plumes of black smoke billowed up into the dusty air as Germans employed their flamethrowers. Refusing to flee their trenches, the French defenders were transformed into living torches. Their uniforms, hair, and flesh were set aflame. Laporte was awestruck by the sheer fury of the fighting. What an inferno! What an infernal noise! The unending German waves were all composed of tightly packed ranks, which gradually grew larger. Heaps of bodies were already laid out in front of us. The muzzles of the machine guns turned red. We fired without stop. For their part, our 75 guns created enormous devastation in the German trenches just behind the assault waves. While our heavy artillery rained down on the German reserves without stop, the Germans continued to fall in front of our lines. It was a total slaughter.
The flamethrower, huge fear of mine when I think about what would be my big First World War, like, oh my gods, obviously artillery, right? The Damocles hovering over your head, it's striking at any moment. But anytime I see pop culture depictions or pictures like that one where I chimed in, you just heard me exclaim, like, Jesus, the one before it. If you go back to one more slide, that photo on the right there, is that a recreation, or is that a war? Like, is that a battle image?
So I often see this as depicted as real combat, but I believe this is a training exercise.
It's
gotcha.
Even so,
either
like,
way, like the one on the
happening?
left is real combat. That's actual combat. It's actually 1918, but at this point in the war, the Germans are wearing a mix of Pickelhaubes, the Pickelhaube helmet, the one with the spike,
Right.
and then the larger Stahl helm.
Yeah.
But that's what it would have looked like though with the flamethrower. I mean, and when you're in a trench, I mean, it's going into the trench and it's like sneaking around the sides and bursting in. Yeah, it's terrifying for sure.
It's like the movie Backdraft, but way scarier.
And
Right.
That scared the hell out of me as a kid.
I mean, I'm watching right now because it's like one of my favorite go-tos. That's why I didn't bring it up as a movie, but I guess they're kind of a series of mini movies. But the Young Indiana Jones series does a really cool job of covering the Western Front. And there's one of the episodes or mini movies, Trenches of Hell, has a really well done flamethrower scene. And every time they show it, I'm like, God, and even in the Tolkien film where they're like, there's a scene where these guys come out of nowhere and are just blasting down into the trenches, and it's terrifying.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't feature the account here, but the other thing that a lot of like people that are studying this kind of stuff know is that it's also extremely deadly and dangerous, I should say, for the men wielding the flamethrowers.
Yeah,
at this point, it's a 2-man team. You got one guy holding the hose basically, and the other guy carrying the tank of petrol, and they are routinely struck and explode into flame, or the guy holding the hose will be killed, and as he drops the hose, it then falls back and sprays his own men. That kind of thing happens here at More Thumb too. I mentioned that in the book. I have got an account of that, but I won't cover it here tonight. But that kind of horrible, friend on friend kind of fire is happening as well.
John, the description that you had there, just the saturation bombardments that are coming down on these guys prior to the infantry attack. Anybody who's read First World War, studied First World War for a little while, they start hearing terms like rolling barrage and creeping barrage, things of that nature. But you actually described this one as something I hadn't heard before. I think you referred to it as a box barrage. Where it's literally, you said it's like 20 by 20 yards or something like that. They've just got this thing sighted in. I'd never heard of such an extreme saturation bombing before. That is just horrifying.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially carpet bombing, right? From the presaging the Second World War. So there's the objective you have, which, of course, first and foremost, you've got the first objective, which would be the front lines and the covering trenches. And then you've got the second line, and then eventually the third line. What the Germans developed at Verdun for the first time was saturation bombardments, box bombardments. So they would take an entire sector and say, all right, around this box, whatever, we're going to bombard all of it, because we know that they're going to get reinforcements up from the support lines. They're going to get their food and their water up from there too. So we're just going to take this one sector and just throw everything we have into that. And so that's what they were experiencing here at Verdun. Yeah. Savoring the carnage, though. So you've got, let me step back. You've got 1st Battalion is on the left, and they've got a good position, and Compana is there. 2nd Battalion is on the right, and I've walked the ground. I mean, it's noticeable. It's different. Like the hill is steeper where 1st Battalion was, and the lines were a little bit further away. The summit is flatter where 2nd Battalion was, and the lines are closer together. So they've got two different fights going on here. 3rd Battalion is in the rear trench, like about a kilometer away at the bottom of the hill. So Compana is there, and he's able to kind of witness this and see it from a different perspective, right? He's seeing like slaughter unfold here and is feeling pretty good about it. He's savoring this carnage, and he cries out to his men the date of the German massacre in Champagne. As they're gunning down all these Germans, he just yells out to them, remember the 6th of October. So this is revenge, right? In front of Compana's company, a group of 40 or so Germans, having escaped the French shelling and gunfire, panic-stricken, throw down their weapons and try to surrender. They called out, "Kamerad," and headed towards us, but we were too excited to have pity on them. No prisoners, boys. Shoot all these vermin down. Caught between our rifle fire and our bursting shells, they ran panic-stricken to the right and left. My men cold-bloodedly shot them down. Soon, the last grenadier collapsed. Heaps of corpses lay on the slopes. In contrast, on the right, the situation had become critical as 2nd Battalion began to disintegrate. With most of their machine guns out of action, a dwindling number of crazed, hopeless riflemen fired away or desperately lobbed grenades into the swarms of German attack troops, whose numbers now proved overwhelming to the first line. The battle devolved into small, isolated groups of soldiers, their commanders either dead or cut off from them, fighting and dying to the last man. Loudier managed to escape down the hill and informed his commanders that elements of the 151 were still clinging on to the summit. Reinforcements were immediately ordered up. Up until now, 3rd Battalion had remained an idle spectator in the support positions on the southern base of Mortem. 12th Company was now ordered to counterattack, to retake the lost positions of 2nd Battalion and seal the gap in the line. They would be moving uphill against an enemy that was quickly entrenching in new conquered positions. The 12th Company deployed in skirmish line, moving in perfect order up the steep southern slope, reaching its objectives ultimately, but suffering heavy casualties in the process. Now it was 11th Company's turn, which was led by Lieutenant Joubert, reduced to 100 effectives already. So remember, you got about 200 to 225 guys in a company. So they've not been replenished in full after the Odremel March rotation. So they go in with 100 guys. Most of these guys are raw recruits too. So they're class of 1916. They're 19 and 20-year-olds. Like their comrades in 12th Company before them, to speed their attack, they were told to not take the communication trenches, but to advance nearly a kilometer out in the open. Rarely have I seen less hesitation, Joubert said. More calm in this moment. The adjutant gave the orders. The men assembled without a word spoken. Leaving their backpacks behind, we loaded ourselves up with plenty of ammunition and took an extra day's rations. Climbing out of the trenches, the company formed up into line by sections and began advancing towards the zone of death. They first crossed into Chatancourt ravine before ascending up the southern slope of Mortam. And Joubert would say, it was like the bottom of a furnace. Explosions and smoke converge in a hellish roar that deals out death. We go another 100 paces. Now we're in the real danger zone. The shells fall around us. The men were silent. With grave faces, they advanced in the prescribed order and pace. Salvos of shells were concentrated. A wall of fire and steel stood before us. Turning around to check on his men, Joubert saw a shell explode on the ground. The force of the blast hurled one of his men several meters into the air like a rag doll. As the limp body plummeted back down, it was immediately caught by the fresh blast of a new explosion, another shell, and it jerked back up into the air again. As they advanced up the slope, one of my men in the 11th Company struck up a popular cafe song in an attempt to bolster his courage. His neighbors joined in, and soon the entire line of men had picked up the tune in a stirring display of élan. The touching display would not last. In a matter of seconds, scores of men were mowed down by enemy machine gun fire. Yet the small band of survivors of 11th Company still managed to reach their objective. Of the 100 men that had begun the counterattack, 10 made it to their objective. Only after the battle would Joubert reflect on the bravery of his men, coming to a searing revelation. In the middle of combat, one is little more than a wave and a sea, a stroke of the brush lost in the painting. Courage in our days is a currency that is not depreciated, but is tarnished by usage.
What good
the fighting was over on the
Sorry if I
regiment's
can
front.
interrupt. John, if I can interrupt,
Yes.
what good are the 10
Let me
men
pause.
when they make it there?
Say it again?
What good are the 10 men that make it there? Like,
Yeah,
I
so
don't know,
10 of them make it there, and then 2 more are wounded in the trench, so they've got 8 to hold the line.
So what good are the 8? I mean, that's like,
I mean,
like what are we doing
basically,
here,
like,
fellas?
yeah. It's just kind of chaos. I mean, look, you've got this massive summit. They somehow spread out in the trench. It's a bit of a cat and mouse game happening here too, where they'll shift down, take advantage of a few Germans unawares and shoot those guys. And then, all right, now let's shift to the right. And then an entire platoon of Germans advance over the shell holes beyond them, and they all hunker down and like, oh shit, like that's too many guys to deal with right now. So, but they're holding the line, so to speak. But yes, eight men. I mean, it's a big position, but I think there's just so much chaos and so much slaughter going on that even after the Germans take those 2nd Battalion positions, they start pushing on, and then they're suffering casualties too. So it's just, it's
That's the
bedlam.
desperation we were talking about in the first episode. You know, you go into a battle and you might, not everybody's probably aware of the odds, you know, 1,000 against 100 or 5, whatever, but like, you know, you got 100 of your boys with you, right? You feel kind of confident in that. You step off into hell, and when you get to the other side of hell, you're like, there's 10 of us. And then it's like, and you're like, there's 8 of us. And like, that's just, you know, you start to think about what's coming at you. Entire platoons are going past you, and you're like, what is happening? Like, that's the desperation. So I just I wanted to ask that question. I didn't mean to interrupt, but like, I just felt like a lot of our listeners might be sitting out there, or viewers, if you're on our YouTube, I feel like a lot of people might just be like, all right, 10 guys got across that field. What are they going to do in the middle of the Battle of Verdun? So just wanted to
and in the book I mentioned this too, but Joubert says that when they get there, he like makes this display of saying, who's here? Give me your names, because I'm writing you all down for commendations. Like, you're all going to earn the Croix de Guerre after this. I mean, like, in that moment, like, none of those guys probably gave a damn, but like, but it's meant to like bolster the morale, like acknowledging them, their actions, like you happen to survive, you made it. And a lot of it is too is survival. I mean, again, that key word of enduring, of holding on, that is how bravery is defined in a lot of ways. And there'll be some other battles too, and even later on in this fight where there's some badass like Rambo shit that happens too. I mean, there's the much maligned Shosha, first assault rifle, the automatic rifle developed by the French, it actually worked pretty well if you maintained it. And before the Americans recalibrated it, of course, a different discussion, which led to a lot of fouls. But they use it here, and they use it again later on, and they have these descriptions of them just gunning down entire platoons of Germans with these things. So it's there are these moments too, or guys just who are hand grenadiers lobbing grenades left and right to the last bullet, so to speak. Machine gunners doing the same, like where the four of the guns are knocked out. They've either been buried by shells or struck by shrapnel, or all the crews are dead. And there's that one guy there with like the ammo belts over his shoulder, just like gunning down Germans as they're like danger close, like 20 feet, 30 feet away, point blank range, just still defending that position. Isolated, cut off, little Thermopylae, 1,000 Thermopylae happening everywhere at once. The infantry that Louis said, right, in that quote, the infantry that's under attack, asphyxiated, together, but anonymous, never known. We know these few names of these guys. We're calling them out as we can represent them. The vast majority of them will never be remembered by name. Their names are lost to history, even to their families probably, but they're there in these moments of desperation.
That is just, it's crushing almost to hear that. And I'm loving this, John. I got to admit it, the descriptive work you're doing, and then the quotations coming from these guys, it is crushing to hear, like I said, but it's so important that we're getting this information out there and basically acknowledging this event and these guys. So again, thanks for this. let's keep on.
1,000 Thermopylae might be the best description I've heard of the individual experiences, maybe ever. Not just in a long time, but like that's such a. I mean, the movie 300. If you're not familiar with Thermopylae, guys, the movie 300. Jesus, Leonidas, we're gonna fight in the shade and all that. Like 1,000 of those on an individual level happening everywhere. The Rambo thing. Like I was thinking about Americans. You're trying to connect with Sergeant York, or the African American soldier whose name I'm forgetting. Forgive me. But President Obama just gave him the Medal of Honor, 80 or 90 years after the fact. But like that guy was in another situation where he was by himself, kind of up against a squad, a platoon or something, but like one guy just sort of holding it down. And it's just mind numbing. We come back to words: endure, despair, mind numbing. So basically get out your thesaurus. We're going to use a lot of similar descriptions for this, for the Battle of Verdun.
Get out your Edgar Allan Poe thesaurus, because those are the
Yes. Get out your dark thesaurus. It's getting really, really effed up here.
I have a map up here, which was drawn in the moment. So it is produced by headquarters. You have some old roads that are over there, but basically it traces out the lines. It traces out the trenches that are that the French are occupying. And you'll see on the right that third company is advanced. And that right section, so that's where 2nd Battalion was. They're basically gone. Right? Like there's no 2nd Battalion on this map whatsoever. You'll see as well, if you can make it out, I hope, and it's these darker red hashes. You've got 10/151. So that means 10th Company, 151st, 9th Company, 11th, etc. You also see Vide 150. Vide means gap in French. So there's a 150-meter gap between the 10th Company and the 9th Company, and no one knows what's in there. There could be loose parties of Germans. In other words, they haven't established a liaison. You got a gap in your lines. So I love this artifact, right? That's what it is. It's this moment in time where there's this pell-mell group of units. You see the 162nd Infantry on the left in the first line. You see 94th Infantry, various units kind of mishmashed together here, just desperately trying to hold on. The fighting was over on the regiment's front for the time being. So this is the 9th of April, right? So now we're in the evening of the 9th of April. On the left, the 1st Battalion had been strongly pressed, but still managed to hold the line. The situation on the right, the 2nd Battalion was, of course, far more and far more serious. The 6th and 8th companies had been annihilated. The 5th and 7th companies had also been badly mauled. The shredded companies of 3rd Battalion consisted of mere handfuls of men strung out on a thin line among the shell holes. Dangerous gaps existed through their line. During the night, a patchwork of reinforcements were rushed up to help plug these. Yet despite all these issues, the French line had held. For its actions, the regiment had earned a 2nd battle honor, Verdun, to its regimental colors. Their stand even inspired General Pétain's issue of the famous day, his order of the day. April 9th is a glorious day for all arms. The furious assault of the Crown Prince's soldiers were broken everywhere. Infantrymen, gunners, sappers, aviators of the Second Army competed for heroism. Honor to all. The Germans will likely attack again. Let each man work and watch to achieve the same success as yesterday. Courage. We will have them. Or on les aura, as the saying goes. But when we strip away these glorious words, we are left with the bloody reality of what this battle produced. Carpeting the slopes of Mortam were thousands of German dead, who lay in rows out in the open, scattered singly in shell holes, heaped on the parapets, or huddled pathetically in the trenches, their own departure trenches. Casualty totals for the 151 vary from source to source. The 42nd Division records has the total at 600 killed and wounded, but this seems dubiously low given what we are known of the losses suffered at company levels. In the eyewitness accounts, there are related details that simply say none were captured or all were captured. Given the scale, complexity, and chaos of the moment, we will probably truly never know. I'll pause here for a second. So not mentioned here tonight, but in the book, we've got Sous-Lieutenant de Riancé. This is the guy that wore the white gloves that I mentioned in the first episode. He put on his dress gloves. He's a Saint-Cyr cadet all the way to the left here. And Campana, from his position, watching 3rd Battalion assault on their right up this steep slope, saw him and was able to recognize him because of these gloves that he was wearing. And he would watch him get machine gunned. So he would get shot in the gut, which is a terrible, terrible wound. The guy would get up, advance further about 10 meters or 20 meters and get shot again. But he wasn't killed. He would take all night long to die. Apparently he died in agony back in the first aid post after his men had dragged him back there. Lieutenant Legallo in the center here was the company commander of the 12th Company that aligned so perfectly and assaulted up the slopes. They managed to capture their objectives. When they got there, as he was looking over the top to try to observe where the Germans were, he was shot right in the forehead and killed instantly. And then you have Aspirant Buisson, who is also instrumental. He was in 11th Company with Joubert, encouraging his men to go forward. Joubert talks about him being there and, joking around at first when they're first advancing. He too would be killed in this assault. And of course, we're not mentioning all of the enlisted men, but just to give you a little bit of a personal touch here for the 151. Aside from the mentions of individuals being killed or injured, there are also the field reports that were being made in the moment in the moment, I should say. And official records sometimes don't capture these data points either. We know, for example, that 6th Company was reduced from 175 men to 17. But this mention is not in the JMOs. So it's not in the official regimental diary. They don't say this is how many guys were in 6th Company, this is how many were lost. If you lose this many guys and you start adding them up, 600, like in other words, what I'm saying is 600 is obviously off. Something is missing here, right? When you add up the regimental losses, when you say, all right, 6th Company commander sending back his casualty report, and he said, I went in with 175 and I got 17 now. Like there's a mismatch there. And once again, as I said, we'll probably never know the accurate number. I like this one because this is a newspaper clipping that Louis made after the war, and that's him with the survivors of 6th Company. So it's him and the 16 other guys that were left over at the end of this fight on the 9th of April. Before leaving Mortam, as a grisly memento mori, Lieutenant Boissin, in command of 2nd Company, photographed the body of one of his men who'd been cut in half by a large shell fragment. He wrote on the verso, "Souvenir of 9th of April, 1916, Mortam, killed during the attack or counterattack by a heavy shell. Daras, cyclist. Le Barqui, Troussi, Delattre, to the memory of my brave liaison agents." And this postcard, like, it's crazy. I found this on the Delacomp website, the auction website.
Mm-hmm.
And I read about like this this had happened, and then I found this postcard, and I realized this is it. This is you can see
postcard.
This is the postcard that he took a photograph of, and it's kind of hard to wrap your head around this, like these terrible experiences, and yet this guy photographs it and like wants to capture it as a living memory, right, or a memento mori.
Right.
And this is his cyclist who's been cut in half, and you see his body is completely dislocated. He's the rifle he's holding on to has been shattered. There's another rifle in the foreground. And a brutal photograph. I was actually going to purchase this just to keep in my personal collection, but the person wanted 500 euros for it. And I'm like, no, okay, that's just, why would you charge that much for something like, I mean, this personal,
Isn't the euro like 2 to 1 as well? Like, who's got that kind of money?
Yeah.
God,
I thought about it though. I did think about it. But I took screenshots instead, and I'm like, you know what? That needs to be at least captured. And I didn't put it in the book, but I wanted to feature it here for the presentation so that we could look at it.
You might be a pirate in another life. I recognize game. Recognize game.
While the German infantry attack might have been stopped, the ordeal was not yet over for the 151. As the Polish deserters had testified, German artillery now unleashed an unremitting retributive barrage, even as small local attacks by their troops continued to keep up the pressure and exploit any weaknesses in the French line. In his diary, Laporte thought the bombardment after the main attack was on unequal strength. So this is after the 9th of April, right? So now they stopped the German infantry attack. Now the German artillery is like, oh yeah, we're going to give you hell. So Laporte writes in his diary, "We were forced to make the most of the smallest shelter or fold of ground in order to stay alive, all the while holding the ground which we had been entrusted to. Not an inch of ground escaped the explosions. Our strength left us. We were left completely dazed by this bombardment, which continued with the greatest intensity on both sides. The hell of gunfire, explosions. The air that we breathed was simply smoke and filled with the smell of gunpowder, which sickened us and gave us violent headaches. There was an uninterrupted rumbling above us. Imagine hearing right beside you a dozen heavy freight trains barreling along with unbridled speed. This was the passing of French heavy shells on their way to reap death across from us. A poilu from another regiment fell in front of our shelter entrance, stricken by an awful wound in the back. The poor boy howled in pain, called out for help, but it was impossible for us to give him the least bit of assistance owing to the violence of the explosions. And so his suffering was prolonged. His dull eyes reflected the approach of death. In the few words that he still muttered, which alternated with vomitings of blood, he called out for his mama. Though accustomed to seeing terrible fates, it was heartbreaking to watch, and none of us could speak. When Laporte's first machine gun company was finally relieved on the 11th of April, Laporte recorded that there were only 6 men still present. Scores more had been killed or wounded by the time the 151 was relieved on the 12th of April. Trudging back 15 kilometers to the rendezvous point, the men were crammed back into trucks and brought back to the rear. The regiment was given a much-needed 2-week rest, where the day's survivors washed themselves and cleaned their uniforms and equipment and slept and ate, and of course, drank copious amounts of pinard, the red wine. While the Fanion of the 11th Company was decorated with the Croix de Guerre for its mentions in army dispatches, individual awards were also given. For his resourcefulness and temerity at Mortam, Campana had been awarded the Croix de Guerre, as was Joubert. Sergeant Louvier, whose tireless efforts to maintain the liaison between the summit and the regiment's headquarters earned him the Médaille Militaire. He was also given the right to go to the Saint-Cyr Officer Candidate Program back in Paris in May of 1916, which would last for a few months. He and one other guy would be sent back for that. The hellish experiences at Verdun were taking a toll. Hellish experiences at Verdun were taking a toll. Some became adrift in a sea of apathy and despair. Disillusion increasingly drained Joubert of his former notions of honor and duty and Christian righteousness. For Campana, though, Verdun had been a different effect altogether. When challenged by a former missionary turned stretcher bearer about his cold-blooded orders to gun down the Germans who'd attempted to surrender, he castigated the man, reminding him of the display of German barbarism he had witnessed in Champagne the year before. In combat, you don't think about pity, only about your right and the right of the country and how to do right by them. That alone counts and takes all other consideration. And to your criticisms, I'll respond simply with these words. That is war, and we must win, and win at any price. We can't understand each other on these grounds, priest, for you are a machine of prayer, and I am a machine of killing. So 2 weeks passed after coming back down from Mortam in mid-April. They're given about 2 weeks of rest. So that's better than 4 days like they had after coming out of Odremel. And after these 2 weeks go by, these dispiriting rumors start spreading around amongst the ranks that they're going to be returning to the front again soon. And the rumors would prove all too true when on the 4th of May, the regiment was put on alert. It was going to be sent back into the furnace, back to Mortam the next day. The 151 had been severely tested during their 9 days on Mortam in April. Up until then, it was the most extreme fire the regiment had endured after nearly 2 years of war. Those who had managed to escape with their lives for the first time had no illusions of the life that awaited for them at Mortam. Having somehow survived hell, twice for some at Verdun, they were told that they must return again, a third time. Even among the many new arrivals who had yet to experience the hell of Verdun and the fighting there, the infamous Mortam had already earned its reputation. And nearly 1,000 replacement troops had now flooded into the ranks, bringing the regiment's effective back up to 57 officers, which on the books is totally level, and 2,800 men. The 151 was loaded onto trucks and was driven back up to the front. So we had mentioned briefly in the first episode, well, maybe not so briefly, that in 1914, the average regiment's about 3,200 men. So by 1916, it's considered up to its total effective with 2,800 men. So they're at full strength now, 2,800 men, 57 officers, and they're loaded back up into these trucks and sent back up to the front. As the regiment got nearer, the roar of rifle and machine gun fire could be heard over the suffocating thundering of the cannonade and bombardment, like water passing over a giant falls. Matching the storm unleashed by man, a nasty storm brought gusting winds and rain that made the night dark as pitch. Campana had not been back on Mortam long when he had been struck by a grenade fragment in the chest, his third war wound. Though at first appeared to be non-serious, in actuality, a small piece of metal had lodged itself in the top of his lung. But as was his habit, Campana refused to be evacuated. Even when he began coughing up blood, he still refused to abandon his post. So I have some maps here, again, drawn at the time, showing their positions, basically in the same kind of positions before. The left one is more about, showing the names of the different trenches. The right one is more about their emplacement. So you've got 2nd and 3rd Battalion kind of mixed in together in their old trenches, more to like where the 1st Battalion was in the first fighting. And the other battalion 3rd Battalion's been held back in the rear at this point. German artillery continued to pound the French lines. There was nothing for the men to do but to hold on once more, to retreat inside themselves, to endure, and to dig because their lives depended on it. 210 shells crashed down all around them. Huge fragments of steel zipped through the air, cleaving men apart, tearing off limbs, disemboweling, crushing. One 210 shell struck so close to Campana that it knocked him unconscious and partially buried him. When he came to, he asked meekly, "Am I wounded?" "I don't think so, Lieutenant. After we unburied you, we looked you over and we couldn't find any wounds. It must be their blood on you." I turned and made it out a ghastly sight. At my feet lay 2 bodies, viciously mutilated. One was missing the head, with the backbone and shoulder blade projecting out of the bloody flesh. The other was split open from shoulders to hips like quartered meat at the butcher's stall. The skull was split apart, the right eye torn out, and from the gaping eye socket, a thin trickle of blood flowed. The pressure from the blast and crushing earth burst Campana's thorax muscles and caused a tear in his linea alba. In the early morning hours of the 8th of May, Campana was ordered to report to the first aid post at Chatancourt, and thus began his personal stations of the cross. After walking 1.5 kilometers back to the first aid post, he was told to proceed onto the casualty clearing station. There weren't enough vehicles to transport all the injured, though, so he'd have to walk 3 kilometers on his own. Along the shell-pocked road, he passed scenes of destruction, trucks wrecked and tossed over by shell fire, and bloated carcasses of horses, the putrefying bodies of which filled the air with an overwhelming stench. And again, this photograph here, taken by Louis of a 210 shell, like slamming down, him probably holding the camera above the trench. I mean, it's just this incredible scene.
Can
really
we touch on this for a minute? Because I'm wondering, is this a lucky photograph, or because as soldiers who'd spent time on the front, they could identify the shell by the sound it was making or things like that? You think he was aware that this was where it was going to come, so he did one of those "and now" kind of things?
Yeah, probably that. I mean, they got very attuned to shell fire, so they could tell obviously when it was outgoing or incoming, and they could tell the type of shell it was by the noise it produced, and each one of them did produce like a different sound. I mean, in the middle of a bombardment, you might not be able to make them all out, but they certainly became very adept at identifying what the type of shell was and whether they were truly in danger or not. So my guess is like they heard a 210 coming in, and he stuck his hands above the parapet and took the picture real quick.
Willier's like, "Now, got it."
Yeah, it's an incredible photograph. Yeah,
it is.
Finally reaching the ambulance, Campana found himself in a large open room, poorly lit and filthy. The place was packed with about 50 seriously wounded men, all of them hurriedly bandaged and now waiting impatiently for their turn to be evacuated. A chorus of cries of pain and wails of agony filled the space, and just as soon as one body was removed, another injured victim would be immediately brought in to fill the spot. When at last the doctor had a chance to inspect Campana hours later, he was told that the ambulance trucks would not go all the way to the hospital, and that he would have to cover the last 6 kilometers on foot. It was a torturous journey, and he thought of killing himself at times, but he pushed himself on, eventually reaching the hospital. Campana would spend 6 months convalescing, but his injuries had left him unfit for active service. Campana's war was over. Meanwhile, the bombardment on Mortam continued unabated. By the 10th of May, German artillery began stepping up its fire, first in precision and then in intensity, obliterating whole sections of trench. French artillery responded in kind, with 155 millimeter howitzers, 270s, and 280s. When Joubert took up his positions below the summit of Mortem, he pondered, "Are beetles fond of corpses?" In the first line at Mortem, after the relief march, I spent all night surrounded by their constant buzzing and whirling. We took up the trenches at midnight in an inky black night that seemed to swallow up the relief. Where were we? I couldn't say. The night kept us from investigating further. Even the flares only let out a weak sort of light, a pale halo drowned out in distance. We only had our groping hands to fill us in on what we could not see and what we were unaware of. With my men in place at randomly chosen spots, passwords exchanged, and recommendations made, I was left alone. No niche to shelter in, no firing step to sit on, tired of war, and with a nervous mind from being in an unknown sector. I remained awake, standing up with my back resting against the parapet, blanket tied about my knees, feet sunken into the mud of Mortem. Men called out to me as they passed. They themselves were lost and only got annoyed with me when I couldn't give them any directions. Others in the group passed by as well, brushed up against me, or outright crashed into me. They were carrying heavy loads, which swept past my face. The suffocating smell emitted as they passed by, and which will impregnate my clothes for 8 days, reveals that they're carrying corpses. Their position had changed hands more times than could be counted. Occasionally in savage hand-to-hand combat, where men slayed each other with bayonets, knives, shovels, fists, feet. Under the ceaseless artillery fire, the dead started to pile up and couldn't be removed. They rotted where they fell. Mortem had become one huge charnel house, an open mass grave. Scattered about and jutting out of the earth all around were arms, legs, feet, hands, heads, limbless torsos, entrails, brains, and bile. Bodies that had been buried were disinterred by the shells, then reburied by others, halved and then quartered. The trenches were in constant need of repair from the shelling, but as the men set about digging, they often found their positions were made more of flesh and bone than earth and stone. The dead had been embedded into the entrenchments, and as they worked, a shovel or a pick buried into the ground would often strike human decay in various states of rot. The prevailing sensation was that they were not shoveling soil as much as they were shoveling meat. Above the 151 trenches, German aircraft flew overhead and strafed their positions with machine guns. The pilots were also assisting in correcting the fire of their heavy caliber batteries. Every day since their arrival, men in the 151 were being killed and injured in unspeakable ways. Most were struck by shell fragments. The smaller pieces lacerated flesh, punctured organs, and shattered bones. The larger ones did far worse, tearing bodies apart, severing men in half widthwise or lengthwise, or flattening them into pancakes, or pulverizing them into pulp. Many others were buried alive by tons of falling earth, tossed up by the force of exploding shells, or within collapsed trenches and shelters. Salvos of poison gas shells only served to make the environment that much more hellish. As dawn broke on the morning of the 20th of May, Joubert gazed up at Mortem and confided, "All of my men who've died crowd my thoughts. I never felt more haunted by ghosts." The smoke from the explosions thickened and obscured the land. The German artillery was using its heaviest caliber shells, 170 and 250 millimeter mortars, together with 105s, 150s, 210s, even behemoth 305 millimeter shells. The blind, mechanical, industrialized killing engendered a profound feeling of ignominy and worthlessness. The sound and the fury of it all was stupefying. It had become a single demented cacophony of roaring and hissing and howling, whistling, wailing, booming, rattling, cracking, and tearing. The very air and ground trembled spasmodically from the percussive blasts. And what was left of the first and second line trenches was now completely obliterated, and the number of dead and wounded soared. The survivors now occupied a line consisting of nothing more than amorphous holes, with the telephone lines shredded and runners dropping like flies communication between the front lines and the regimental and division commands was poor to non-existent. All signs indicated that an infantry attack was nigh. And sure enough, at 2 p.m. on the 20th of May, the German artillery lengthened its fire. Signal flares shot up from the enemy first line, and thousands of German infantry, supported by flamethrower units, leapt out of their departure trenches and rushed up the smoking slopes of Morthum. Few accounts remain of the attack from the perspective of those in the first line. So few survived to tell the tale. Only fragments remain. It was reported that the bombardment had knocked out a number of the regiment's machine guns. As waves of German assault troops surged forward, the remaining machine gunners frantically fired and refed their guns, pouring fire into the rushing enemy troops at point-blank range. Despite suffering heavy losses, German troops managed to gain footholds on the regiment's right front, relying once again on flamethrowers. As daylight faded, the German attack on Morthum came to a halt, but the French had at last lost the summit. Over the course of the day and into the night, reinforcements were thrown piecemeal and headlong into the fight in a desperate attempt to help bolster the crumbling line. The units themselves were all jumbled together, the troops sharing what meager protection they could find in the same ditches and craters that had once been trenches. As for the casualties, divisional records had the total loss for the 151 at 1,060, including 50 killed, 231 wounded, and 762 missing. Some of these missing had been taken prisoner, but as was too often the case, the vast majority of those unaccounted for were likely dead. The 1st Battalion had been truly decimated, with little more than 12 survivors left. On the morning of the 21st of May, 2nd Battalion, only numbering 625 troops at this time, was now pushed into the maelstrom to relieve 3rd Battalion in the ranks of in the ranks of 6th Company was Private Borina, who finally received his baptism of fire. So real quick here, Auguste Borina was the guy that was the territorial. They were told, he was told earlier, you're not fit for service. Then like, oh, actually you can fight. Yeah. So he's now been going through the stages, and you've worked at a mill before, but he's gradually making his way up to the front. So he's an older guy. He has a wife at this point. He was the gardener before the war. And now he's going into combat for the very first time. And the very first time he's going to combat is at Morthum in May.
Oh, welcome to the show.
Yeah. As they headed up the line, they passed French heavy artillery batteries, firing away without stop. All around, arrayed across the fields and hidden in the woods and ravines, the big guns flashed and thundered away. Bordenal was awestruck. He would say, "The further we go along, the more frequent the noises became, and you couldn't help but being shook by the repeated yet unpredictable discharges around us. These guns had delivered death from afar with every passing second. We took it all in humble silence. And God, what silence. No one talks. No one complains. What's running through their minds? Who can say? Probably many things. I, as a novice, nervously watching the flares shooting up from the lines. The entire sky is lit up. All of these things are new to me. What a sight. Everywhere in the air, on the ground, in the distance, there's only fire. And to our left, the flames in a neighboring area help to illuminate these sad plains. What a pitiful sight." Entering the first communication trenches, shells fell around them, and men were still struck by shell fragments, sowing more chaos in the narrow confines of the trench. The pace was quickened as the danger increased. Bordenau would say, "There are already men who've been killed or wounded. There's no time to stop and care. We don't want to lose the rest of the column." The scene becomes more and more terrifying. Many don't even reach our destination. And besides, the communication trench was already filled with the bodies of the dead for some time now. We keep moving up. We stumble and fall over the dead again and again. And again and again, we pick ourselves back up. And now we smell this pungent, nauseating, overpowering stench of the bodies. As they advanced, they passed through the flotsam of multiple units. men who'd been on mortom for days, weeks. Their eyes were hollow, betraying the unspeakable scenes of terror they had witnessed. From their mouths arose again and again the same two beseeching questions. Are you our relief? Do you have any water? Are you our relief? Do you have any water? At last arriving into their positions on the southern slope, Bordenau found men crammed together into trenches now reduced to incongruous lines of shallow ditches and deep holes. The air itself was almost unbreathable, filled with clouds of dust and smoke, reeking of death, explosives, and poison gas. Frequent explosions sent showers of earth and broken stones and parts of people raining down like hail. As the sun rose, the day grew hot. The water was already depleted. While the shell fire continued, he would say, Bordenau. It is a deafening din of wailing. In this dry air, smoke mixed with the dust to form a dark cloud that choked us and left us bitter in taste, and it made us thirsty. But there was nothing to drink. If only we still had water. And this feeling got increasingly worse. By noon, we were totally wiped out by the heat of the sun and the smell of rotting corpses around us. What can be done? The suffering doubles, the feeling of the thirst. What terrible malady. What we wouldn't give for a little water. The 2nd Battalion's job was to simply stand its ground and block any further enemy advances. Throughout the day and the night, local counterattacks erupted sporadically all along Morthum. French units trying to push the Germans back. Germans trying to press their advantage. Days and nights now blended together. Those who went out in search of water disappeared, never to be heard of again. The shelling went on and on, a relentless pounding, hammering, gouging, convulsing. To Bordenau, life had been reduced to the most brutal of experiences. Thirst, fever, heat, dust, explosions, smoke, fire, blood. Bordenau exclaimed, "The infernal machine continues. We're being observed by enemy planes, which direct the fire of the guns. Now the shells get closer to our trench, big 210s. It's total destruction, total carnage. Many are swallowed up, pulverized, decapitated. Our trench is half filled in. Those who aren't wounded like me remain impassive, stoic, waiting for our own deaths. We endure the terrible shock of the explosions, often only a meter or two from us. The living burial continues. Armed with shovels and picks, those standing that are still standing, set back to the task of saving the victims who may still be alive by clearing away the earth and stones. At last, we managed to pull out a few survivors, the others having been asphyxiated after 10 minutes under the earth. In turn, the captain's command post is caved in with his entourage, the lieutenants and a few men, all slowly suffocating in their airless hole. We keep on picking for a little while longer, but our strength leaves us, and we're simply unable to continue. We're all so exhausted and have to give up. What can be done? And so, despite our best efforts, the bodies of our buried comrades remain under the soil of this cursed ridge. The same infernal bombardment goes on. You could say it was like a tremendous reaper sweeping back and forth from right to left and raising everything. We are totally demoralized, unable to budge. This rolling thunder completely stupefies us. How long these frightful days were, waiting for death while uncontrollably nodding off. And when sleep abandoned us, this damned thirst gnawed at us and had to be equally endured. And the stench of the dead we couldn't get out of our noses. These proved to be the real enemy. It wasn't the Boche. On the contrary, how happy we would have been if he had seen us and attacked us, this detested race of people coming at us. Those still clinging on in the trenches are silent. Their minds think of nothing and everything. They had been transformed into living statues, their skin taking on yellow, waxy look. Their trenches, our trenches, are reduced to nothing more than shallow ditches. With no other form of protection, some men pathetically shelter under their packs to protect them against the razor-sharp chunks of steel that slice the air. The constant landslides and showers of earth caused everything to be buried: equipment, rifles, men. Occasionally, stretcher bearers carry away a sad wreck of human being, filthy, crumpled, and bleeding. And despite the unfortunate fate of the injured man, those who remain cast an envious eye to those who seemingly have escaped the furnace. It would not be until the pre-dawn hours of the 24th of May that Bourdignon and his comrades were told to make their own way back as best they could to the rear. The underlying sense was that they were to save themselves if they could. Huddling together in small groups, the survivors, the living dead, lurched and stumbled down the churned-up wasteland, winding around double and triple shell holes, tripping and trampling over the hundreds of bodies, parts of bodies, and pieces of flesh, making for the rear before daylight arrived. The occasional arrival of salvos of German shells obliged them to throw themselves flat on the ground until the storm of shell fragments and showers of earth and stones passed. And with considerable effort, they would quietly pick themselves back up and continue the slow trudge away from the death zone. The 151 had gone up to Mortom on the 5th of May with 2,850 officers and men. They came back with 1,517. During its third rotation at Verdun then, the 151 had suffered 1,300 casualties, half of its total strength. The other units of the 42nd and 69th Divisions on the summit of Mortom suffered similar losses. Most were lost on that single dark day of the 20th of May. Though the French had lost the summit of Mortom, the sacrifice of the 151 helped to limit the German advance that day. And Joubert later clarified, "War today is an effort in time, not an effort in space. It is less a matter of gaining ground than on simply holding one's ground." In this regard, the 151 had done its duty admirably, and though it would not be codified until the 23rd of June in General Nivelle's order of the day, the iconic phrase of "Ils ne passeront pas," they shall not pass, was already in use by the men of the 151.
There's another Lord of the Rings moment for you all out there in case you didn't get that one real obviously. Like, when we were talking about that earlier, if J.R.R. Tolkien wasn't there himself at Verdun, he heavily drew from the imagery of the war, and obviously that's a very, 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 very famous quote from both the war and from Middle-earth. There
you go.
Which is a documentary in real time. And New Zealand is actually not, it's not just Kiwis down there, y'all. There's actually hobbits and orc and like real stuff's happening. It's totally
Don't forget
real.
the trolls.
The trolls, yes. It's totally real. It's totally real. Climate change isn't real. It's really a Balrog. I'm just kidding. Climate change is real. Moving on.
This is a great photograph here of the officers of the 3rd Battalion of the 151st in July 1916. So after they had they've been pulled off the line here, and actually one of the guys we had quoted in the Argonne, Basteau, he's in here. So he's the 4th guy from the left. He's kind of like sort of in the rear rank there with a slight smile on his face. And a number of these other guys too, like I've mentioned in passing, but I won't go into it now. And a handful of these guys would be dead in a few months' time, or even by the end of the war. So it's always, very impressive and moving when you look at these photographs to realize a lot of these guys don't make it out. But we are going to move on from Verdun. But in a final closing note, I'll just say that Verdun had been the worst ordeal that the regiment had gone through yet in the war. It would become the bar, so to speak, against which all their battles would be measured. And those who'd fought there might liken future combat experiences to it, where for a few minutes or a few hours, such and such had achieved such a comparable level as that at Verdun. The 151, though, its fight was not over. It would be sent to the Battle of the Somme at the end of September 1916, still depleted from its days at Verdun and having only 2,000 men left in the ranks. So to rehash here, March, April, May, 3 rotations at Verdun. At the end of May, they're basically sent to a rest sector in Lorraine. And July and August, they're at this rest sector. They're, resting, replenishing, getting reinforcements, but not that many reinforcements because, they go from, what was the number? They had 1,500 coming off of Mortam, and going into the Somme, they have 2,070. So not that much in the way of reinforcements, really, but they were reorganized and restructured and apparently deemed fit to participate in the Somme. Now, the Battle of the Somme began 1st of July, 1916, mainly become a British effort. It was originally envisioned as a joint effort, but with almost more heavy French forces participating.
Right.
Even at the end of the battle, which was 6 months in length, 57 French divisions fought there. So it was still, a great contribution by the French. And in fact, although they lost less people there than they did at Verdun, they died quicker at the Somme. In other words, like the ratios were higher. It's because they were on the attack. So whenever you're on the attack in this war, generally speaking, you're going to lose more guys. So I think they lost 200,000 in the Battle of the Somme, the French. So it's still, compare that to the British, who lost, I think, 400,000. So it's disproportionate. But in other words, the French were very much partners of the British at this battle. And so the 151 was sent there in the fall of 1916, towards the end of September.
I think that's one of the reasons for that is because, like, with the narrative with the 151 we've been following, their worst day comes, in their unit history during the Battle of Verdun. Their worst single day for the BEF, the British Expeditionary Force. Their worst day comes on the kickoff day of this campaign, where they have, what was it, like 47,000 casualties or 60,000 casualties, with like 20,000 almost, I think, dead outright. Yep. Between 19 and 20,000 dead outright. So obviously, we the people, the society of people that pay attention to this stuff, will follow the British a little bit. In the American experience during the First World War, Bella Wood is sort of this situation because we always focus on the Marines, but the Army is there.
Absolutely.
The Army is like majorly involved in that fight. But usually, if you have a conversation with anybody and you bring up Bella Wood, Marines will literally come out of nowhere to tell you about it.
That's
true.
They just start screaming about Chesty Puller and all sorts of random crap. But no, it's true. It's like, we focus on the Marines, but it's an Army story too. And similarly here at the Somme, right, the French are definitely involved. And I did find it fascinating when I was first sort of getting my feet wet with the First World War was, I had no idea that it was going to be this joint offensive where the French actually did most of the heavy lifting. And when the Germans decided to attack in February of 1916, and, we talked about, and we've been very vivid with the imagery of the French soldiers kind of rushing to plug the hole of Verdun. I was actually having Civil War images in my head again of me on the second day at Gettysburg trying to just plug the hole, but like in a much more desperate and dire situation where, at Verdun, but, that's why, the trenches and things aren't there, aside from the weird orders, like, we're not going to be here long enough for you to need trenches and all that. But like, literally, it's just like, we don't have enough time to get this set up. Like, we need you just to establish a line and hold it. All the chaos, stuff like that. I never knew that was sort of a, hey, that's going to cost you your effort at the Somme. And now suddenly this is a British offensive that the French are supporting. And obviously, going back to the thing that I've been, kind of peppering in here with my Canadian studies is this is sort of the Somme is the real setup campaign for the Arras campaign, which, I spent a lot of time talking about in 1917. So I love when dots connect and it's cool to see, and it's really tragic for the guys involved, but it's cool to see that the 151 go from one really notable and, connectable, that's a word I'm going to invent right there for everybody. Sure. Experience at Verdun, it's a battle everybody knows, and they go right to another one, which is the Somme, and that's another one that most people know. So it's really cool that you can kind of connect with the 151 in a number of places on the Western Front.
Yeah. And these things are not isolated, right? So, we view them in like a chapter type segment, or like we even buy books that are on specific battles. Like, it is one war, it is one conflict, and they all are affecting each other, right? Yeah. So like, the French don't participate as heavily in the Somme because they're attacked at Verdun. Yeah. But then once the French sort of retake get their balance, they've stopped the Germans effectively, by June, let's just say, in 1916. at Verdun. Now they're like, all right, we got guys we can shuttle off there. I mean, the very fact that they can send the 42nd Division with the 151st to the Somme means that things are not as dire anymore at Verdun. And the second half of the Battle of Verdun in 1916 would be the French attacking, often, taking back lost territory. So the 151 in September, end of September, is sent to the Somme, and they take up positions opposite the village of Roncourt. And the 151 would be leading the attack for the 42nd Division. Its objective was to take this fortified village and a series of adjacent enemy trenches. This time it would be the Germans on the receiving end of the sledgehammer. And in the days leading up to the attack, the French bombardment had achieved a level of intensity equaling that of Verdun, according to some of the 151 participants. Like they'll say in their letters, shit, like this is this looks like Verdun right now. And like they see the destroyed villages and they're like, this reminds me of Verdun. One of these people is Corporal Paul Joseph Fournier, or just Paul Fournier, we'll just say, right? 23rd of September, 1916, he writes in his diary, "We set out through the mud that is 10 inches deep. I assure you this relief was extremely tiring, for we were already exhausted by 2 days spent in the rear carrying up and bringing up cases of ammunition. We passed through villages recaptured from the enemy and were able to judge the effect of our bombardment. It's the worst I've seen outside of Verdun. You can say that no stone has been left unturned. Everything is flattened. There are craters dug out by at least 400 millimeter shells. Our positions are such that they are nothing more than shell holes, but the enemy artillery is much weaker than ours. This is revenge for Verdun. What the Boche received on the 21st of September is unheard of. Some forced to leave their positions fled into the open ground, pursued by our 75 guns or our rifle fire. I saw a wounded man fall, get back up, and finally collapse dead. It's not pretty, but at last it's their turn. Here, because of the battles which took place before our arrival, there are a quantity of Boche equipment and objects, enough to fill up a whole museum if it was possible to send to you. Resupplying is very difficult, though, and you have to go 8 or 9 kilometers in to find your way along, and you still have no clue with where you're going. The most frustrating thing is the question of water, as we are not brought any. We have to go look out at night for ourselves. We go to the shell holes." Nonetheless, Fournier, like many of those in the 151, were more confident than ever that the Germans' time had come at last to suffer a devastating blow, and that a breakthrough of the stalemate on the Western Front was imminent. And the men were confident that their unit commanders were best suited to lead them through this victory. And there's an excellent example of leadership ability on the parts of Louis and his company commander, Lieutenant Basteau, if I remember correctly. And this incident unfolds. It could have taken a dark turn. This is not in the book, by the way. This is an account I found later, and I just wanted to throw it out there because I thought it was really interesting. And the photograph here, again, taken by Captain Tizon. So this is right before they're going up into the front lines. They're just behind the Somme front right here. We got Captain Bourgoin in the center, and that is, oh geez, what's his name? It'll come to me. I'll come to I forget his name right now. But that officer on the right who's wearing the Légion d'honneur cross, he'll be killed in 1918.
The one who's not thrilled to be having his photograph taken.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, he's literally like, "Are you really doing this right now? Like, do you know there's a war happening? You're taking my picture." That's kind of like what I'm getting out of this. He's like, what's happening?
Oh, it's his name is he's got a very aristocratic name. It's Commissar de la Riance. Yeah, Riance, that's it. Right. So Riance is someone that Campana knows, Joubert knows. Like, he's featured throughout my book only because he keeps coming up. He's there in like all these major engagements. And this is just a quick moment here where you can see the troops getting some of their equipment ready before they're going up to the front. But anyways, I just want to throw out this really interesting, fascinating moment that occurs here that Louis captures. And he says, "A poilu from the 4th section, Soldat Jean-Francois Quignis, who had recently arrived to the regiment, breaks 2 rifles in the weapons rack. I want to go and fight. I don't. I'm afraid. I want to be arrested, taken to prison to the rear, etc., etc. Lieutenant Basteau, informed of the issue, tries to reason with him, surrounded by his soldiers with whom he had good understanding. Our company commander told him, calm down. I won't punish you. I'm going to transfer you to a different section. You'll have a young leader who you'll get along with, I hope. Aspirant Olivier, right here. After consultation, I agreed to take this griper under my command, to the great astonishment of my men. The night passes, and to bolster Quignier's confidence, I decide to make him my orderly. Mine, who had fallen ill just prior and having just been evacuated. Can we guess his astonishment? I tell him the reasons why I volunteered at the age of 18. And he is now executing my orders correctly and getting ready, just like the comrades, to go up into line shortly. So I love this. Like, you got a guy that like breaking equipment, trying to act like a lunatic and just doing things that will get you arrested normally, right? To get out of this. Like, he doesn't want to get killed. He doesn't want to go up and fight. And the solution was that they transfer him to a different platoon, and Louvier makes him his orderly, keeps him close to him, where he can watch over him. And in a day or two's time, the guy just kind of falls back into his routine and, goes through his duties, and he goes up to the front. Unfortunately, he would be killed on the 25th of September on this attack that we're about to talk about. He would be shot in the forehead and killed instantly.
I was about to make the, analogy back to Beneath Hill 60. He's kind of like the character Tiffin, who is like, basically having a moment of cowardice, panic, whatever. And then the main character kind of takes him under his wing, and he suddenly becomes one of the gang. And then when you mentioned that this guy dies, I was like, oh man, he becomes a lot like Tiffin. And like, now my analogy is sad, because I started thinking about how Tiffin dies at the end of that movie. And I'm like, man, it's pretty dark. So, the pop culture,
the success is that we're saying the guy agreed to go into the slaughter and he'd be killed the next day. I mean, it's tough, like it is, but that's this war. I mean, what right. Can you do? Like, everyone's going up, everyone's got to take their time, their turn,
Yeah, absolutely.
I've got up here a trench map. I've drawn on their attack route and the objectives they were to capture here on the 25th of September. So there's that date, 25th of September.
Uh-oh.
That's the one.
Uh-oh.
No.
Alarms are going off. Nobody attacked today. Everybody call out sick. PTO.
There you go.
Doesn't work like that.
So this is Roncourt. We could see the 151's first line that they launched off from. Again, this anniversary, the 151's disastrous assault in Champagne in 1915, same ground in 1914 as well. Now, from 1915, of course, this is a year later. The extent of the logistical preparations, advances in weaponry and communications, and sophistication in training and tactics all pointed to a greater probability of success. You've got aircraft, you have forward artillery spotters, and infantry trained in the latest tactics of using fire and movement, using grenades and automatic rifles in support with heavy machine guns. Like, all of this seems to be promising, and the spirits are pretty high. Despite, us looking back and saying, oh, it's 25th of September, the men were pretty confident overall. When you read their letters, they thought they were going to succeed here and succeed, not just taking Roncourt, but breaking the German line entirely.
Well, we have the benefit of being 100 years removed. So obviously we know, we discuss this all the time in the Civil War. By the time Lee sends Longstreet and his fellows across the Pickett, Pettigrew, Trimble, assault or attack. That's a year to the day almost that they did it at Malvern Hill.
Yeah.
And then John Bell Hood, who kind of witnesses all this, is going to do it again a year later down in Franklin. Right. And it's obviously, we also with that have 150, 160 years, but we have the distance between us. But I wonder if these guys, just maybe you can touch on this. I wonder if they were aware of some of the previous, like, were they aware that it was a dubious day, or were they just focused on what was happening right then and there?
I'm glad you're asking that, Pat, because I was actually thinking the same thing, John. Are they starting to have something of a superstition, if you will, with this particular date?
It's quite possible. I wasn't able to find any evidence of that.
Okay.
The closest I've come was again at Mortem when Campana is like remembering Champagne, which is not an anniversary, but he's like, oh, the 6th of October is remember the 6th of October. I don't think there's pretty much anybody left alive in the regiment at this point that had participated in that 1914 fighting. Certainly there was people that were at Champagne though on the 20th of September 1915. And maybe without explicitly stating so, they're thinking in their minds like, oh, we got this now. This is it for real this time. Yeah. Even though they were telling themselves that in 1915, they're like, we're going to win. We got this. But it's hard to know.
Something you just mentioned kind of makes me want to ask a question now that I was going to try to hang on to until the end. You said you're imagining that there's nobody around right at this point in the war that had been involved in the early 1914 fighting and things like that. So my question was, were there any members that went start to finish for the war in the 151 without getting injured, or just experienced the entirety of the war, without ever really leaving the front rotation system? Like, even if they're wounded or whatever.
Yes, there were. There were some officers that basically went through, like, maybe not the very beginning of the fighting in 1914, but were there for most of it. Like, even if it's the Marne, a couple of people that went through it. I mean, some of them are not in direct combat roles too. Okay. But one of the people that we'll talk about a little later is a stretcher bearer. Enon is his last name. And he is with the regiment from July 1914 until July 1918. So he's in that role of stretcher bearer, which is tough. Yeah. Oh my God. So there are definitely some individuals. None of the people that I really like prominently feature in the book.
Sure.
Because they start in either like spring of 1915, and some of them will go to the end of the war, like Louis will survive the war. So he joins up, and I mean he's training in the winter of 1914, but because of his strep throat, he doesn't make it to the front line until June of 1915. But from June 1915 to the end of the war, he's there. Now, but he will miss certain times, right? Because he's wounded 4 times. So he's going back to the rear and recuperating. But he's got that, I think what you're asking, like that sense of longevity and, and like continuity.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Because I first came across the concept of like, wow, that's kind of rare. A few years back up in Harper's Ferry, there's a Captain John Foley who served in, I think, one of Jackson's units, who went from 61 to 65 without getting sick or wounded. And my brain just explodes at that thought. And it just kind of makes me ask that question about any unit I'm covering that, spends an extended period of time engaged in combat. 4 years of First World War combat, especially with as violent as that war is. I don't really come across too many guys who go like the 4-year span of the war. And if they do, obviously they're injured, like, Oulier and things like that. But I just don't come across too many guys who have the calendar years 1914 and 1918 on their service record.
Yeah. And I think for a reason, right? It's because most of them don't experience that. I mean, I think we could go out on a limb and say for the majority of guys, they have their experiences of their, campaigns, if you want to say, like they went through the 14 and 15 battles. They went from 1915 through all 1916 and then were killed in 17. Yeah. So like or wounded and taken out, so I think it's a little bit more periodic or episodic, if you want to say.
For sure.
For majority of guys, probably. So on the 25th of September, the 151st goes into the attack, and Corporal Laporte, he's there and he's writing down in his diary. He says, "A quick command is passed down. Bayonet au canon. Fix bayonets. We're going to attack. The rain is stopped. The sun, as if to mark the occasion, suddenly appears. In the tumult of explosions, a bugle sounds the charge. We all leap out of our trenches and rush forward. Our machine guns follow, carried in the arms of the gunners. It's a marvelous sight to behold. All the way from Mont Saint-Quentin As far as the eye could see, an entire line of poilu running across the sea of water and dodging around shell holes with the sunlight glinting off their bayonets. This is a photo I took in 2016. This is from where the departure trenches were for the 151, looking at Roncourt in the sort of right and center background, and the cemetery that was also their objective on the far left background. So fairly flat. It's slowly rising up to the village, but this is the dash that they have to make. It was a complete inverse of the regiment's experience at Mortem. Lieutenant Bourgoin, in command of 10th Company, was in the first wave of the attack, now surging across the flooded no man's land. For the first time, we left the trenches following a rolling artillery barrage, and in less than 11 minutes, we had taken Roncourt. The defenders, literally exhausted and stupefied by our preparatory artillery fire, looked like ghosts, but who had neither the time nor the energy to fight. With utter stupefaction, I saw artillerists in shirt sleeves coming up behind us with their horses at the gallop, unlimber their guns, set up in battery, begin firing. What great temerity they showed in order to send their shells far enough ahead to cut off the approach route of the German reinforcements. The advance is made in perfect order with no stopping. Hundreds of German prisoners came flocking up to the men of the 151, hands held up in the air, and were quickly herded to the rear. As the men went about re-entrenching in the conquered positions, Laporte looks back into the old no man's land behind him and watches the German POWs get shelled by their own guns. And he would say, "The German batteries far away from our new lines bombarded our rear with heavy caliber shells in order to block our reserves moving up. But it was the uninterrupted calm of German prisoners who took all the fire intended for our troops. The day following this attack, piles of German corpses by the hundreds littered the resupply route, 3/4 of whom would lay in water-filled shell holes and would never be buried." Roncourt and the surrounding environs had been taken by the 151 with a comparatively small number of casualties, some 500 in total. The regiment had advanced over a kilometer, seizing multiple lines of enemy trenches and taking hundreds of prisoners in the process. For its accomplishments, the 151 would receive its first citation in the Orders of the Army. Through its actions, the unit had earned its third battle honor of the war and the right to add La Somme to its regimental colors. The assault would continue the next day on the trenches north of Roncourt and against the Bois Saint-Pierre-Vaast to the northeast. Though the 151 was able to take a foothold in the woods, with the neighboring regiments unable to make headway in face of heavy fire and serious losses, the 151 was forced to halt its advance. The delay was a harbinger. It followed the pattern of combat on the Somme and indeed the Western Front at large. After an initial gain was made and lines of trenches taken, the attackers faced ever more lines of trenches to the rear, and enemy's resistance grew stronger. The battle would then devolve into a slow, grinding slugfest, where eventually casualties among the attackers became exponential and no further progress could be made. This was the case with the 151 and other units of the 42nd Division. They continued to be hurled into the attack with increasingly little progress made. The troops were told to start digging in where they'd stopped. But the holding of a conquered position is always just as murderous, if not more so, than the attack, and the German artillery shelled the French remorselessly. As was so often the case, provisions like food and water was not reaching the front lines. Even though the rain was pouring down, they had water everywhere, filling the trenches and shell holes. They were sinking into it, but nothing to drink. Eventually, in desperation, some drank from the filthy water in the shell holes. And we can just imagine what horrible ailments and diseases they would suffer because of this. For the injured, getting back to the rear was a nightmare, just as it had been at Verdun. They had to make their way through very difficult terrain that was flooded and under shell fire. It's reported by Bourdonnais and Laporte, both of whom had to make this journey after being injured, that many men suffered that horrible fate of drowning in mud, drowning in cold, muddy water after falling into shell holes. Even when they made it to the first aid post, there was often no water there, no bandages, no painkiller. When the 151's relief started on the night of the 28th of September, its effective had been reduced to around 1,000 troops. As the regiment had gone in at a reduced effective of 2,070, this represents nearly 50% loss. The regiment was given 2 weeks rest and received a boost of replacements. With these men incorporated into the ranks, the unit was sent back up to the front on the night of October 17th, back to the same sector. The hope of a breakthrough now drowned in mud. Its mission was simply to hold the line against enemy bombardment and counterattacks. By then, the weather had made a distinct change for the worst. Gone for good was the hot, sunny weather experienced on those fateful first days when they launched their heady attack. The rainy autumn season had set in, as the clay turned into a sea of liquid mud. One man would say, "The trenches have transformed into rivers. The slippery soil of the Somme no longer able to absorb the water. The duckboards the 162nd Infantry had put down serve absolutely no purpose. Many poilus cut off the bottoms of their greatcoats at knee height. They sink into the yellowish water as they move about. My poilus are burrowed into shelters that are about to collapse. The tent canvases no longer protect us against so much water." For 21 days, the men lived in mud, many in which places was up to their waist, and under a never-ending rain that caused the trenches to flood and the walls of the trenches to collapse. Much of the time was spent bailing out the trenches and trying to fix cave-ins in what must have seemed like a Sisyphean task. German mortars and artillery remained active, and the mud often made it difficult for the men to get out of harm's way, and an uninterrupted barrage of tear and poison gases were fired into the 151 support lines. Several local attacks would be made in October, though these raids were large and well-planned and prepared, led by automatic riflemen, hand and rifle grenadiers, supported by flamethrower units and 37mm gun crews. They still only succeeded in capturing portions of the enemy trenches and at significant cost. Laporte would be wounded, struck in the head by a shell fragment, and nearly drowned in a shell hole, as would Lhuillier, his third time being wounded and evacuated, who took fragments from an exploding grenade to his face, hand, and thigh. Laporte's war would be over, but Lhuillier would return once more in April 1917 after recovering. The real enemy was the rain and the mud. Marching in the 151 was now approaching its limits of endurance. Bourdonnais lamented on the state of the men. The ranks were visibly diminished, half of us having frostbite from having our feet submerged in the water. Everyone was grumbling. We were told to stay put a few more days. Despite the goodwill of all, the situation is demoralizing. If the weather was nice, we'd be bored, but not a day went by without it raining. We are in a terrible state and covered with mud from head to toe. Our limbs are numb and we bemoan our fate. Walking on our swollen feet is done with the greatest of difficulties. A few had the misfortune to lose their shoes and, unable to recover them, are forced to go barefoot. It feels like you are walking on thorns or small sharp stones. Such terrible pain. The regiment was relieved on the 5th of November, having suffered a total of 1,900 men and 26 officers killed and wounded in the mud of the Somme, a 50% loss in total. With the turn of the new year, a reorganization was done, and the 151 would be assigned to a new division, the 69th, along with its sister regiment, the 162nd Infantry. After a quiet winter, the 151's next mission would once again be offensive in nature.
Hey, John, are we still using the reserve system, like the unit designation plus 200? Like, does the 351st go with them in some capacity still?
No, yeah, not even the beginning of the war were they even, like, it was more like administratively tied before the war.
Okay.
But the reserve regiment wouldn't necessarily follow the active regiment even in 1914.
So their association, though, by
then,
17 is just gone.
Yeah, it's just pretty much gone.
Okay.
And of course, a reserve regiment isn't considered like reserve troops anymore by 1915. Like they're just frontline troops.
I mean, that was by like 1915, right? By 1915, they were like, "What is the reserves? Everybody to the front.
Everyone's up.
Get up there."
And in 1916, they dissolved a lot of reserve regiments so that they can bring all reserve regiments up to a 3-battalion organization, just like the active infantry. So you see like dozens of units in 1916 and in 1917 get like totally mustered out of service, the reserve ones, and some of the territorial regiments. But then like those guys are just transferred to active regiments or to other reserve regiments so they can have 3 battalions.
True.
All right. The Allied war machine was gearing up for another big push, originally planned for March, but pushed up to April after the German strategic withdrawal to the Hindenburg Line in February and March of 1917. The coming offensive, they were told, would bring about a decisive end to the war. For real this time.
Yeah.
Always.
Just like how many times?
It's totally going to work.
We're going to win it this time.
We're going to take Vimy
But to be
and
fair,
it's going to go. It's going to work.
But the men had reason to hope, aside from the reassurances that they're being told by their generals, and that was obviously being reinforced by the press as well. There was a material buildup, and there was training that accompanied this. So they're getting trained in even more badass weaponry, basically, and they're seeing like new artillery, like whole new artillery parks being built, and new rail lines being put down, and supply depots, and the bomber wings I mentioned before are now coming into fruition. So they're seeing more French aircraft, that sort of thing. So I think, like, you know, they have reason to hope. I mean, again, in hindsight, we look back, we're like, how can you believe in this? But like, all right, maybe, and it's being led by Nivelle, right? So he was very successful at Verdun on a division level. And now he's been bumped up to like basically army command. He's going to try to replicate the same methods.
Well, yeah. So let's touch on that for half a second, because we kind of were joking and alluding to that and clarifying it earlier about, Joffre at one point is in command, and then he's kind of moved up the ladder. This is connected, right? This is as he goes up the ladder. Neville,
Yeah.
It goes up the ladder too. So that's why he's in. Is this his first major, like, I'm in charge, I got to do something big move, or has he already been in for a while?
He had already been in place. I mean, they brought in Pétain in the desperate hours at Verdun in the spring of 1916, but then he had been replaced by Nivelle shortly after that. So he had already been in place, but like he's responding. Nivelle's responding to a German offensive prior to this, and then he's participating in in the Somme, and so that's already kind of a British-led offensive. I mean, there's other commanders there too, but like Nivelle this is his first operation he's planning on his own, right? It's kind of like what Haig was doing with Somme. So now he's in that position as Haig was in 1916.
Sure.
So new roads were being built, existing ones being widened, railway lines were laid to transport supplies and ammunition, and depots were constructed to stockpile all of these munitions. Hundreds of artillery battery emplacements were being built for the artillery, and aviation parks were also being constructed. Observation balloons were popping up more than, and like in greater numbers. They had been seen before, but like now they're like in bulk and mass. They're like, we're really going to have artillery observation at this fight, for instance, like effective artillery observation. At Verdun, the French aviation was basically nowhere to be found. Like the few fighters they did have were quickly knocked out of the sky by German aircraft. So the Germans dominated the skies at Verdun. The Somme, you see a lot of Allied like dominance too, but in this case, like, they're assured, like, we've got all these planes. Like, we've got this photograph here taken by Louis Dier of a aviation park, and that's a bomber in the background there, or to the right. So that's a huge biplane, and you've got a lot of tanks coming up too. So it's not the Renault tanks that were more common, the little ones that were commonly seen with the that were given to the American Army. These are the Schneider tanks. So they're big, heavy, like cumbersome tanks that can definitely take gunfire, but they're very slow and they break down a lot. Still in its infancy. I mean, again, they go from like there are no such thing as tanks to now we're deploying tanks on a battlefield in less than a year.
Yeah.
So it's impressive for like what they're able to accomplish, just logistically, anyways.
Planes, tanks, horse-drawn artillery. It's the transitional war.
And Auguste Bourdonnais is there, and he's greatly impressed by all the preparations. So he's the guy that went in May 1916 to Mortem for his first time, the old territorial. So he's been there. He's seen some things, and he's very enthusiastic. And he, especially by like the overhead, like French air power, that they're seeing these wings going out of fighter craft and observation craft and bombers doing practice runs and all this kind of stuff. And he remarks that I rarely saw afterwards the morale of the men, though already tired of this futile struggle, elevated to this degree and with such faith in the final process that was within reach. We were practically singing as we were waiting for the tremendous assault to come. It was with joyous hearts that we watched the endless arrival of cannons of all caliber day and night, whose crews boasted of their efficiency, and likewise expecting success to be guaranteed. From our billets, filled with the greenery of spring of 1917, we were already making plans for the return to our families in the near future. In reality, the operation, referred to commonly as the Chemin de Dam offensive or the Nivelle offensive, it's the second battle of the N. That's the official name of it, but from history circles, I should say. But it's Chemin de Dam is what most people know it as, or the Nivelle offensive for the general, again, who is the mastermind. It was ultimately compromised from the outset. To start, General Nivelle's original objective was rendered moot when the Germans withdrew from their large salient they had held in and pulled back to their newly constructed Hindenburg line. The French would now be attacking one of the strongest fortified lines to the war at that point. At the same time, French intelligence on the enemy's new positions was poor, with little detail on what they would be assaulting. But worse still was that the attack objectives and general plans were known to the Germans well in advance. They were published in the newspapers. And on top of everything, the weather was horrible, with snow and rain showers alternating. D-Day was set for the 16th of April, 1917. The 151's mission was to take 3 successive lines of enemy trenches, and to help it do so, the regiment would be assisted in a first by 2 groups of Schneider tanks, 16 in total. At first, the advance went well. The German first line was quickly taken, but yet again, progress slowed as they approached the second line. Well-concealed German machine guns were taking their toll, and German spotter planes, observing the 151's movements, quickly directed an intense and well-regulated fire from their German heavy artillery batteries down onto them. Much to his dismay, the much vaunted air power that Bourdonnais had observed seemed to be absent from the fight, as German fighter planes strafed the men on the ground with their own machine guns. As the advance slowed to a crawl, the men were ordered to dig in. To the experienced troops, it was an ill omen. Frustrations rose as quickly as morale sank. Bourdonnais would say, "We are wretched martyrs, and once again we are left to fend for ourselves, suffering it all without recrimination. Paying a heavy price in sacrifices and through pure courage, advancing by leaps and bounds under fire and through poison gas, we arrived at the Boche second line. But already our rolling barrage is at least 3 kilometers ahead of us. According to the calculations of the general staffs, we were supposed to be at that point." Spirits lifted temporarily when the men, much to their amazement, looked back to the tank column slowly lurching their way forward. But as the Schneiders approached the German second line, they were spotted by enemy observation planes, and an avalanche of shells slammed down, with shell fragments striking and igniting the fuel compartments. In short order, the tanks were set ablaze, and the crews inside either burned alive inside or were machine gunned as they fled. By then, it was perfectly clear to the troops what the outcome would be. Experience taught them how much there was a small window for capitalizing on their initial gains, and it had already closed before their eyes. The regiment was left to fend for itself for a week under furious bombardment, without resupply, clinging desperately to their dearly paid-for gains. When they were finally relieved on the 3rd of May, more than half of the men who had set out 2 weeks before were gone. The discontent in the ranks was palpable and widespread. One of the only uplifting episodes to occur during this battle involved the capture of an entire German company by a lone stretcher bearer in the 10th Company. Soldat Charles Léon Henault, who had been with the 151 since July 1914, had received several citations and the Croix de Guerre in his role as stretcher bearer. During the attack on the 16th of April, Hainaut got word that some of their wounded were sheltering in an abandoned German dugout. Taking along 2 other stretcher bearers, Hainaut went out in search of them. Coming upon a German dugout, the small party descended into an expansive subterranean shelter. Hainaut, eventually pressing on alone into an adjoining tunnel, was only able to stumble through in the darkness until he came upon an entire German company of infantry. Hainaut decided to take an audacious course. Providing false intelligence to the German officer, he fabricated a tale that a strong French attack was about to be launched to wipe out the still surviving enemy. The story was convincing enough, and the German officer requested that Hainaut serve as a mediator for their surrender. Hainaut hustled back to inform his commanders, and then returned to escort the officer and all 180 German soldiers back as prisoners. For his actions, Hainaut received the Médaille Militaire presented by General Pétain himself.
What do you think the reaction was like when those guys realized they'd just been had?
Oh, you know what? I bet they were freaking relieved, man. I mean, they're in the first line and the French has already advanced over them. They're like, get me out.
I try to keep things light just because that's sort of one of the ways that I just deal with a lot of things. But like in reality, that's a great point to make because we're starting to get into the later years of the war and the guys, especially that had been there for a long time. And this was a lot more commonplace in the German ranks that, you know, people were in place a lot longer. Like if you got a chance to get out of this war with your life by this point in the war, people were probably taking them. You know, like people had seen the horrors, and this is like we just see, you know, people are coming over and surrendering themselves. And, you know, yeah, this guy just pulled a fast one on all these guys. They might have been pissed for a half a second and then been like, you know what? We're out.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
I'll go. You got me.
I mean,
you got me
the
good.
images you see of a lot of the prisoners, I mean, especially on the German side, they usually have one of 2 looks. They're either smiling because they're like, thank goodness I got out of this. Right. Or there's just relief on their face, exhaustion and relief, like a mixture of that. They've been under fire. They probably don't have any, you know, they haven't had any water and food and all that. They've watched their friends die around them, and they realize they just somehow got a lucky pass and are out. And so you see this like look of sort of relief on their face often. Yeah. I'm not saying it's all the time, but like, yeah, I think there's something to be said about that.
Often enough to be of note.
Right.
So
yeah.
Now, John, you mentioned the narrow window of opportunity for these offensives and how the troops in the ranks recognize that there's only so much time they have to get something done before it all goes to crap again. That's really part of the issue here with the Nivelle offensive, excuse me, that he had told them that, hey, if it doesn't go right, we're not going to push this thing. And yet they're out there for another week after it starts to fall apart. Thank you. So that's going to have a role to play in what's coming up, right?
Absolutely. So by the time the 151s pulled off of the line, as I have up here, they had suffered 1,200 casualties, including Lieutenant Joubert, who had been shot in the left arm. And it was while he was recovering from that injury that he actually wrote that autobiography, which I've been quoting throughout. His initial plan, by the way, was that he was going to write about all of the battles he went through. And he started with Verdun in his tours in 1916. So that it's just, you think about the potential there that could have come. But Nivelle had promised an advance of 5 miles on the first day. And instead, many units only advanced 500 meters. Now, the 151 made about 1 kilometer, but they were the exception, almost like different from Second Champagne in 1915. They actually did really well. If you look at the ground, though, the 151's advancing over very flat terrain. And elsewhere on the Chemin de Dam proper, the French troops are assaulting over that terrain and then have to go up that huge rise. Which is ravined and covered with like machine guns, and not just heavy machine guns, the MG05 15s that are like the mobile ones, right? So these guys can relocate. So a lot of the rest of the French army didn't even do as well as they did. And we just went through what the 151 went through. That doesn't sound like success to me. you got the first line. Now you got bogged down on the second, and you just watched all the tanks get destroyed. And yeah, Nivelle said, well, I'll call off the attack after 48 hours if it's not successful. And then even the civilian, the politicians said, all right, we'll give them one more day. And so then it went for 72 hours, and it's still then it devolved into a series of, trudging fights and was not leading to a breakthrough. So, he's like, all right, we'll make 5 miles on the first day, and we're going to break through the German lines with light casualties. But in the first day alone, the French lost 40,000 soldiers killed or wounded just on the first day. 4 days later, it was 120,000, including at least 30,000 killed. Right. By the 9th of May, so now it's 3 weeks later, 187,000 killed or wounded Frenchmen. For something that was supposed to be a breakthrough attack where you're going to be making miles, it's the same thing over and over again. Of course, now the French army has hit its breaking point.
I wonder if any of our YouTube viewers out there have sort of started to key in that every time you post one of these sort of, at the end of an offensive, at the end of a campaign slides, that they're pretty consistently losing American regimental strength in killed. Again, I'm separating out of the total casualty, killed, wounded, missing. They're losing regimental strength, killed almost at the end of every campaign. The amount of men just that have been processed through this unit so far, it's consistent to the rest of the narrative of both the episodes we've done with you. It's just mind numbing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, man. And I encounter that same kind of difficulty when you're trying to write a book about it too. It's how do you delineate these things? How do you make them stand out one from the other? I mean, you have to speak to them to hit the rapidity of it all and the scale of it and of these losses. But yeah. So while in the 151, there would actually be no displays, no gross displays of insubordination during the height of the so-called mutinies or collective indiscipline, however you want to call it, that affected the French army. But there were, when the regiment was told it was going to be sent back to the Chemin de Dame in 2 weeks' time after that rotation, the men did not hesitate to protest and air their grievances publicly, including right to their officers. They demanded rest. They the typical demands of any of the French striking units, right? They said, we want rest, an end to the useless assaults, better food and pay, improving living conditions outside of the trenches. Cause they would, they billet in pigsties and sheep folds and barns. There's not proper shelters. You go out of the trenches and they're here, sleep in the shit-ridden pigsty. That's where you got to sleep for your rest. You're not treated like a human. So we want to be treated like humans. And they wanted a resumption of regular furlough too, which kept getting canceled before any big assault would get canceled, but it was always infrequent. Guys could often go 8-9 months, sometimes a year in between periods of leave. And when you're on your own country, I don't think there's just no excuse for that. They also complained loudly in the 151 in particular about troops serving in rear echelon services, who they regarded as shirkers. And the French word for that is embusqués. So they'd always call them these embusqués that are in the rear. They're not coming out here. They're just have these cushy posts in the back. Why is it us that we get hit, we get wounded, we get sent back again? Time and time again, we keep watching people get killed or wounded. And, what about those guys, So they argued all these things. And, they eventually, I think, let me see here, Bourdonnais would then say, sorry, I'm jumping around a bit here. It was not uncommon to see people already wounded several times to be sent back to the field of honor to get killed, while workers fresh and available, full of health and wanting of nothing, including arrogance, lived peaceful lives with nothing to do. And it was the same with the junior officers too. The officer of the trenches was a zero compared to that of the rear. It was because of all these shameful injustices that the poilus sang of their mental and physical suffering in front of our very commanders, who well often, though did not encourage us, it was also their duty not to. Nonetheless, the officers could could not help but be all ears and constantly warning their own superiors of the ever-increasing danger. I still remember some inflamed couplets of the songs that we sung, which were composed by people who had done a turn at the front in the years 1916 and 1917, as well as some of the stanzas composed in the trenches during the days of despair. I think if you had asked for a vote for the continuation of the war from the combatants, there would have been a good chance of a no vote at this time. Only one hope remained for us when we saw the official declaration of America's entry into the war. But how would these Americans arrive here? With submarines? After what was happening to England around this time, there's no way that the American army could get 1 million men to the shore in a year. In short, we would have to overcome all these difficulties on our own. To their great surprise, many of their demands would be met, starting with a period of rest in May. Much of this was thanks to the reforms introduced by General Pétain, Nivelle's replacement as commander-in-chief. Pétain sympathized with his soldiers' concerns. He also agreed that a change was needed in how the French were waging war, if France wanted to keep its army from falling apart, let alone to be victorious against Germany. Pétain immediately called for an end to the attacks on the Chemin des Dames and reinstated regular leave. Directives were issued that focused on improving the quality of and access to food, increased pay, improving rear area living conditions, creating military canteens and rest stations. Gradually, the reforms rolled out by Pétain led to the Poilus feeling that they were at least being treated with human decency and not simply as cannon fodder. Temporarily abandoning any idea of the general offensive, the commander-in-chief instead insisted on adopting a concept of limited offensives, quote unquote, whereby limited objectives would be obtained only after an intense, meticulously prepared opening bombardment using predominantly heavy caliber guns working in coordination with air reconnaissance. The 151 was awarded the Croix de Guerre following its actions in the Nivelle offensive. As a unit distinction, this entitled all men in the regiment to wear the fourragère of the Croix de Guerre around their left arm. At the time, it was only the 11th Infantry Unit to have received this distinction. It also earned its 4th battle honor to be inscribed on the flag, N, as in the N River. As the national holiday of the 14th of July approached, orders went out to the regimental commanders instructing them to select a platoon-sized company of their men to act as a delegate party for the unit at the year's Bastille Day march in Paris. This recently promoted Captain Bourgoin, who'd recovered from an injury on the Somme, was chosen to lead it. Louis Dier was also picked, as was stretcher bearer Henon, who was seen standing behind the stacked colors in the official photograph from the day. And Louis Dier, by the way, is all the way on the left. That's Louis Dier. You've got Bourgoin standing to the right next to him, and some other fellows too. We'll leave them aside. All agreed it was a thrilling event that made a powerful impression upon them. And as they paraded down the Grand Boulevard of Paris in dense marching columns, cheered on by enthusiastic crowds of civilians throwing flowers, it was a welcome, rejuvenating distraction for the 40 delegates given the honor of representing the 15E, the 151. But for not 2 days later, they were back aboard troop trains being shuttled back to the front, back to the furnace, back to Verdun. So like, wow, yeah, what a change for these guys. You know, you've done the Chemin des Dames, you're given rest. They have a period of leave. Got great photographs of them doing games in June and foot races and, potato sack races and putting on theater and behind their lines and all this. And this 40 member delegate party gets sent to Paris. And then days later, they're like, glad you enjoyed your time off. We're sending you back to Verdun.
That's why I feel like I would maybe, like, I'd be like, no, don't send me to do any of that. Is there another unit that's on the front? Because if you send me back, I'm never coming back to the front. Like, if you send me back at this point, I can't go back. Did soldiers, like, I know that during the 1917 mutinies, upheavals and all that, they didn't really have a ton of insubordination, as you described. Obviously, they've vocalized some protests and things like that. But Did you see when they were ordered back to the front in this scenario that there were any people that went AWOL or sort of deserted the ranks? Was desertion ever something that the 151 had to deal with? I'm imagining all units had to deal with it, but was this a unit that had to deal with it a lot during the war?
Not on any measurable level. There were desertions for sure, but they were small in number. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's because it's your own home country. Like, where are you going to go to? They're going to find you. They're going to send the gendarmes after you. So, and one of the punishments, of course, for refusing to go to the front or from self-mutilation, if it wasn't, disabling, was that they would then put you in a penal company or penal platoon. And it's interesting. So the 151, even though it's this, I think, a very stellar unit with a great record and maintain that record until the very end, in 1918, I can't remember if it's 17 or 18, I first saw a mention of penal platoons. So there's definitely, whether it's guys just from the 151 or guys that were in other units that got sent and transferred to the 151 because they knew they were going to be a fighting unit. They sent these guys to do the shit tasks, basically. And to also, they'd be the trench cleaners, for instance, which is some of the deadliest roles you can get. I mean, those guys are going in between the assault waves into the German lines and bunkers and clearing them with grenades and knives and that sort of thing. So, yeah, there's no escape. That's the one thing that always struck me. Even if you were to try to do something to get out of the fight, they're not going to just send you to prison. They're going to send you to, or hard labor, they're going to send you to the front and have you do the most difficult tasks.
They need every man, and they're going to utilize you one way or the other.
Right. And what would be the first of Pétain's limited offensives? Following the rebuilding period after the turbulent spring and summer of 1917, the French army would be going back on the attack at Verdun. A massive coordinated assault would be launched on both banks of the Meuse River along a 25-kilometer front. For the execution of the operation, select formations were chosen, which had already distinguished themselves in various sectors of Verdun. Once more, the 151 would be going back to Verdun in its fourth rotation. Just before being sent back out to the trenches, Louis Dier wrote out a short ode. To the 151, there's no need to worry. There are two ways to be. You're at the front or you're not. If you're not, there's no need to worry. If you're there, there are two alternatives. You're at rest or you're in the trenches. If you're at rest, there's no need to worry. If you're in the trenches, there are two alternatives. You're in reserve or you're in the first line. If you're in the reserve, there's no need to worry. If you're in the first line, there are two alternatives. All hell's breaking loose, or all hell's not breaking loose. If all hell's breaking loose, there's no need to worry. If all hell's breaking loose, there are two alternatives. You're wounded or you're not. If you're not, there's no need to worry. If you are, there are all two alternatives. You're wounded gravely or you're not. If you're not wounded gravely, there's no need to worry. If you're wounded gravely, there are two alternatives. You survive or you don't survive. If you survive, there's no need to worry. If you don't survive, and if you've heeded my advice, you'll never have done so after all.
Yeah.
You'll never made it out anyways. It's the other way. I think I translated that here on the slide.
I didn't mean to laugh, but the all hell's breaking loose or all hell's not breaking loose. Pretty matter-of-fact way of describing what's happening.
Right. On the 16th of July, 1917, the 151 would spend the night in its old home barracks, Miribel. The roof and walls now punctured and pocked by shell fire. A command staff car had also been blown up onto the roof of one of the buildings by a blast of a heavy shell. And these are Loudier's photographs here for that one day they spent in their old barracks with the staff car thrown up onto the roof. Unfortunately, so this barracks was still there. It had been abandoned for years. And this is the case all over France. They have these massive barrack halls that they built, at a time where there's this national army. And beginning this summer, they finally started tearing down Miribel. So yeah, it was sad. I mean, you used to be able to just go to Verdun and you could see it right there along the road, and wow, that's where the 151 was based before the war, up to the war. In the even 1917 they went back and stayed there, but France is moving on. So from there, from Miribel, it would take up positions on the right bank of the Meuse in the Bois de Carrière, Ferme de Chambret sector, north of Fort Douaumont. There it would complete a 2-week rotation of digging trenches, all while under bombardment, followed by another 2 weeks of back-breaking labor transporting supplies and munitions to and from the front lines. Some companies would even spend their rest days within the famous Fort Douaumont, as it was battered by heavy caliber shells. On the 18th of August, the regiment was sent back up to the front, to the Ravin de Elie, where it would support an attack by its old division, the 42nd. Once again, just getting up to the front line proved an extreme ordeal, made so by incessant barrages from German artillery, firing high explosive, shrapnel, and copious amounts of mustard gas, which obliged the men to don their masks and grope their way up the slopes in inky darkness, punctuated by quick strobing lights of bursting shells. The 42nd Division attacked on the 20th of August, and though it successfully reached its objectives, immediately the German artillery unleashed an annihilating bombardment on the entire sector, including a barrage of mustard gas shells that practically wiped out one of the attacking battalions of the 332nd Infantry. With the 3rd Battalion of the 151 in close support, it was ordered to advance into the Bois de Carrière to replace this battalion of the 332nd. For 48 hours, it was subjected to what some of the 151 testified was one of the most powerful bombardments the men had ever experienced, even by Verdun standards, with nothing but shell craters in which to take shelter. It presaged the so-called hurricane bombardments unleashed in 1918, relatively short, only a few hours in length, but having extreme rapidity and intensity of fire in defined zones. On the 26th of August, 3rd Battalion participated in a new attack in Ravin-l'Hermitage sector against the Chaume Trench and Lama Works. Bourdonnais observed that his battalion, the 3rd, which went in already depleted with an effective of only 665 even before the attack, would say, out of the 450 we had left in the battalion on the 20th of August, there were barely 250 of us left by the 26th on the morning of the attack. Each man retreats inside himself. After this cruel, deadly period out in the open, the morale of the men and even the officers isn't too good right now. No one has much confidence in success. Our goal is to take the trench of the Chaume and the Lama Works, which was a den of machine guns. Fortunately, provisions had arrived that night. That is to say, wine, water, and a strong ration of booze, which helped to raise morale of everyone that had only just been so low. So basically, they get them drunk.
Right.
3rd Battalion would quickly take all of its objectives and manage to fight off several German counterattacks, but suffered further losses. By the evening, as the rain began to fall from the dark, smoke-filled skies, the 3rd Battalion counted only 230 men remaining in all of its 4 companies. Among the dead was 2nd Lieutenant Raymond Joubert. By then, Joubert was a Chevalier de Légion d'Honneur and a recipient of the Croix de Guerre with 2 palms and 2 stars of bronze, silver, and gold for his multiple citations in the orders of the Army Corps, and of the Army Division. More than just an excellent officer, Joubert was a gifted writer who possessed a mastery of language, a calibrated internal sensitivity, and a genuine empathy towards his fellow human beings. Of the principal eyewitnesses in the 151, he was one of the few who provided a true glimpse into how the war affected his heart and his soul. What he saw on the battlefields destroyed a piece of him long before the bullet that cut him down. While recuperating from his gunshot wound he had received in April at the Chemin des Dames, Joubert would write, "After 20 months of fighting, where 20 times I should have died, I have not seen war as I imagined it. No, none of those grand tragic tableaux with sweeping strokes and vivid colors, where death would come as a quick blow. Only these small, painful scenes in obscure corners of small compass, where one cannot possibly distinguish if the mud were flesh or the flesh were mud. Now the 27-year-old Raymond Joubert lay dead in the mud on the devastated plain north of Douaumont, leaving behind two parents who now had to grieve the loss of both of their sons, both of whose bodies would never be recovered. On and on the killing went. After 2 weeks of hardship and suffering, the regiment was given 5 days of rest off the line. It was just enough time to receive a small number of reinforcements before being pushed back up to the front on the night of 6th of September, their 6th and final rotation at Verdun. Orders came down. The 151 was going to assault the heights of Bois de Fosse and Bois de Chaume. It must have truly seemed like there was no escaping the furnace, no way out but death. Indeed, Bourdonnais attested that there were grumblings from many of the men, especially among those who had just arrived as replacements. On the morning of 8th of September, with a heavy fog mixed with a thick shroud of smoke from the barrage, the regiment attacked. A lack of visibility coupled with the chaotic terrain so devastated and churned up by the artillery led some platoons to lose their way or to get turned around in the fog, resulting in incidents of friendly fire. Despite the poor conditions, in a short time, all the assigned objectives were taken, along with some 460 haggard-looking German prisoners whose pale, sunken faces resembled their own. The 151 was told it would remain in the charnel house for 4 days. They were left there for 10, with no cover but the shell holes, without resupply, without water, cut off from communication with command or outside units, under bombardment from German heavy artillery, and a mortar throwing over 440-pound bombs right on top of them. Despite their own strong artillery and mortar support, it still felt somehow insufficient. The men tried to collect rainwater using their tent canvases, but the result proved to be dreadful to the taste and likely poisonous. For another 5 days, the depleted units of the 151 grudgingly fought on, trying unsuccessfully to take more ground while fighting off multiple enemy raids and counterattacks, which sometimes emerged from the shelters to their rear. Companies were reduced to a few dozen shocked survivors. Once again, Louis VIII would be wounded, his 4th time on this occasion, and quite seriously. During one of the numerous raids that broke out, a German hand grenade exploded close by, breaking his left arm, fracturing his knee, and riddling the entire left side of his body and face, including a deep cut above his left eyebrow that penetrated his sinus. After having one of his men patch him up as best as possible, Louis VIII continued in issuing instructions to his men. The first attempts to evacuate him led to one of his helpers getting struck by a bullet. But somehow he managed to survive. Louis VIII would finish up the rest of the war in convalescence, gradually recovering from his wounds, which left him permanently scarred. For his actions, he would receive a Croix de Guerre with palm and a promotion to the Chevalier de Légion d'Honneur with a citation that read, "Brave officer as always." All in all, during its 3 rotations in July, August, and September 1917, totaling 35 days at being at the front, over 1,000 men had fallen on the ghastly heights of Verdun, 1,000 being 45% casualties, according to its effective at the time. I always love this photograph. It's this is not from the 151's records, but it just shows like the emptiness of the landscape. Like you've got this massive battle happening. It's just so alone and alien, and like you're the last person left. Yeah.
I wonder if there's anybody out there across the deadly space looking back at him like, what are you doing? Like,
do we have any date on this particular photo, John?
I think this is 1916, and it's he's actually going back to the support lines. That's, I think, the Ravin de Vigne, which is behind Fleury, the village of Fleury.
Okay.
So he's like not under direct observation by by the enemy. But I mean, the enemy would often unleash a bombardment or a lone shell. I mean, could often be more deadly than a barrage sometimes. So, and you can see the destruction here. I mean, this area has been shelled. Yeah, for sure. After the terrible days of Verdun, the 151 would at last be given several months of reprieve off the line. The 151 was now counted among the elite units in the French army, reviewed by General Pétain, Marshal Joffre, and General John Pershing. In recognition, the 151 was chosen as an advising and instruction unit to newly arrived American troops. For the months of November and December 1917, the 151 would help to train the 104th U.S. Infantry Regiment, 26th Division, 1st Army Corps, and the 5th Marines in the region south of Neufchâteau. On the 21st of March, 1918, after a quiet winter, the German army would begin a massive offensive meant to break the liaison between the British and French armies and to finally take Paris. Progressively, French units were peeled off from their respective sectors and sent west to where the German armies were advancing. At the start of June, in spite of a strong epidemic of Spanish flu that had swept through the ranks and diminished its strength, the 151 transported by rail, then trucks to Compiègne to take part in what would be called the Battle of the Mats. They would fight just to the northwest of Compiègne, near the village of Gournay-sur-Ronde, where they would encounter the fleeing survivors from other units, who told them that the enemy had attacked en masse without artillery preparation or support. After an initial easterly advance towards Ferme-Pot and Bois des Ressons, the 151 ran smack into the German formations out in the open and immediately counterattacks with tank escorts. This time the Renault tanks, the F-17 tanks, against vastly superior numbers. Without artillery support of their own, the battle comes down to a purely infantry fight. It's the style of fighting not seen since 1914. And Bourdinot would report, "We shoot into this human wave without stop, which then hesitates in the face of our rifle and machine gun fire crackling away from all sides. The Boche stop and do the same. For 2 hours, there was only the whistle of bullets, no cannon shots from both sides. We don't see anything else, no planes, no cannons. Our ammunition runs out and we must rummage for more from our comrades killed beside us. Our fire slows and we now have to make each shot count." Gradually, the 151 would have to give way and begin conducting a fighting withdrawal, and eventually the weight of the German troops and the threat of being encircled would force the 151 back. The remains of the regiment would dig in on a ridge and await the enemy counter-assault. Bourdinot again says, "Suddenly, at 4:30 p.m., this large gray mass comes out onto the road. We stiffened up and waited to receive them, finger on the trigger, waiting for the signal to fire. Suddenly, an artillery barrage of all calibers is unleashed on them, while we open up on them with our rifles and machine guns. In light of this good trick played by the artillerymen, we laugh and even dance. Arms and legs fly through the air as the terrified Boche flee backward and try to pass through our barrage. Almost all are blown away by the hellish barrage." The 151's tenacious defense, together with the rest of the 69th Division, had limited the enemy's gains, but at the cost of nearly 640 killed or wounded. Among the dead was Lieutenant Courreau, who commanded the Pioneer Section, and Lieutenant Artaud de la Ferrière, one of the 13 original Saint-Cyriens that Campana had first arrived with in January 1915. From the woods of the Argonne to the summit of Mortagne, in the mud of the Somme, he had done his duty valiantly. In hand-to-hand fighting, with revolver in hand, de la Ferrière shot a German officer at point-blank range at the same moment his opponent pulled the trigger. Like so many others before him, de la Ferrière had made the ultimate sacrifice. With the German advance brought to a decisive halt, it was the Allies' turn to strike back. On 15th of July, the 151 was sent to Compiègne and proceeded over the next several days eastward to make a push on Soissons, supported by tanks, armored vehicles, heavy artillery, and planes. With the 151 acting in a supporting role to American forces, their role was mostly in mopping up what remained of German forces. Over days of hard fighting and excessive heat, without water, through mustard gas attacks, the 151 retook multiple villages west of Soissons. It was the gas that really, though, proved to be a factor and a hazardous one, as the German artillery frequently bombarded the valleys and their forces pulled back with mustard and other poison gas shells to protect them. This was especially true at the village of Sacanin. Sous-Lieutenant Basteau, commanding 5th Company, recorded, "The relief is carried out under a very dense artillery barrage that included gas shells. We have to constantly put on our masks. The route to follow means having to go through Sacanin Bois Ravine, where the enemy fires poison gas shells. The companies go down and have to ascend the slopes on the other side quickly, spurred on by the high explosive shells. Some units march too quickly, leaving their men to take off their masks in order to breathe better. Fatal mistake. By the next day, a great number have died. Many in 2nd Battalion, including Basteau, were suffering from conjunctivitis or inflammation of the eyes, and a number of effectives in the ranks remains low. For the entire battalion, there remain only 165 officers and men available for duty on the 27th of July. Casualties from mid-July to the end of August amount to almost 400, including hundreds of gassed. One of those reported missing and confirmed as killed after the war was the devoted stretcher bearer, Enon. The 29-year-old would be reported as missing after the fighting of the 21st of July, 1918 at Sacanin, and at last pronounced killed in action in 1919. Like so many others, his grave will likely never be known. Now we thankfully get to the final major combat mission for the 151 in the war. At the end of August, the 69th Division was ordered to take back the industrial outskirts of the city of Soissons. The 151 would take the lead of the division in what would be the first true urban combat for the regiment that was to begin with what was ineffectively an amphibious assault. It was to cross the river, securing the bridgehead, and then push on to the plateau beyond it. The operation would mark this last great endeavor for the regiment in the war, and perhaps also its most remarkable. On the 28th of August, the 1st and 2nd Battalions, together with an accompaniment of engineers, would conduct an amphibious assault, crossing the River N, some 50 to 60 meters wide, on rafts and on footbridges, while 3rd Battalion, detached to the 72nd Division, would circle around the open ground to the north of the city before wheeling right and advancing south again to join up with the other battalions. Once the 1st and 2nd Battalions were across the river, the regiment would have to conduct a house-by-house and street-by-street fight in some of the most intense urban combat of the war. At 7 a.m. on the 20th of August, the engineers dashed down to the river embankment carrying the rafts in their hands. When these men were quickly cut down by German machine gun fire, volunteers from the 151 stepped forward to finish the job, stripping off their coats, their shirts, and any unnecessary equipment. Countless acts of bravery went unseen or unrecorded, but a few were captured. Corporal Mayrel of the 1st Machine Gun Company set up his gun on the embankment in a dangerously exposed position in order to better direct fire against the enemy guns and draw their fire away from his comrades on their rafts. At the same time, Corporal Legabelle and Private Coupier of the 2nd Company jump on a boat to cross over the river, along with a 3rd man who is soon wounded. Despite the shells striking down nearby and bullets zipping past, the two managed to make it to the other side and take cover in a shell hole. There, the two men fix bayonets and make a dash on the enemy machine gun that had temporarily brought the regiment's movement to a halt. A few moments later, they emerged with the German gunners as their prisoners. Soon the entire 2nd Company, followed by 1st Battalion, was across the river and fighting through the streets of Saint-Vaast, and soon pressing on to Saint-Médard, the 2 suburbs east of Soissons. The 2nd Battalion fared less well in its crossing, with only 5th Company managed to making it to the other side. The 3rd Battalion was also facing difficulties, as it came under fire from numerous machine guns on Hill 129. It was only able to advance in small groups from street to street and building to building. The fighting would drag on for 3 more days. It was savage in close quarters, raging through the streets and buildings, from room to room and cellar to cellar. Grenades were the weapon of choice, along with assault rifles and pistols. The men would throw themselves against the wall of a building and toss in a grenade and listen to the screams of the Germans after it exploded inside, then clear it with knives and bayonets. Grudgingly, and only after suffering and inflicting severe losses, the enemy began losing its grip on Crouy, the suburb east of Soissons. After 4 days of intense combat, on 31st of August, the 151 would be relieved by other units of the 69th Division, and after it had advanced 3 kilometers. The Battle of Soissons was some of the most challenging infantry combat in which the 151 had ever been engaged, and it chewed up another 900 killed and wounded. For its actions, the regiment had earned a 5th battle honor for its regimental colors, Soissons. So now we're going to I'll cover quickly here the armistice. So from the smoking ruins of Crouy, the 151 was sent in September to the north of Nancy, below Pont-à-Mousson, and alongside the river Moselle. Though the 151 had been sent to a sector for rest, its lines were subjected to frequent heavy artillery barrages, often mixed with mustard gas shells. On the 25th of September, a date which had repeatedly seared itself into collective consciousness of the unit, the 151's raiding party joined together with those of the 162nd and 287th Infantries, engineers, and a company of Senegalese, and another one of the Americans of the 326th Infantry Regiment to carry out a large raid against large German positions. In a demonstration of the advancement and firepower they now wielded on a small unit level, they brought with them 4 37mm guns, 8 Stokes mortars, and 10 machine guns. This raid would be successful at the beginning stages, but ultimately prove a failure, and another dozen men from the 151 would be lost in its final raid with no gains to show. Finally, at 11 in the morning, on the 11th day of the 11th month, the war ended. At the appointed hour, the regimental band struck up the Marseillaise and then played the Marche Lorraine, while from every chest came the cry, Vive la France! That afternoon, throughout the night, all along the line, impromptu firework displays lit up the sky from both the French and the German sides as the troops shot off stockpiles of signal rockets and flares. And on the 17th of November, the 151 marched in column with the rest of the 69th Division to make its triumphal return to Lorraine, bayonets fixed, regimental colors unfurled, and the band playing the Sambre et Meuse. Let me just close one final point here about the total number of casualties. Total number of killed and wounded for the regiment probably will never likely be known accurately. It's the same thing we see on the per battle, right, on the per battle scale. On the low end, the number stands at 11,000, including 4,000 killed. Using the average wartime effective as a yardstick, this means the 151 had suffered at a theoretical casualty rate of 400%. On the high end, a modern estimate puts it closer to 16,000. Perhaps a more reliable accounting, though, comes from the 151 veterans themselves. In a veteran association, which put together a definitive number of 12,395 killed, wounded, and missing. This includes 180 officers killed, 200% death rate, and 165 wounded, plus another 20 missing in action. For the listed ranks, 3,917 were killed and 6,807 were wounded, and another 1,378 were missing in action and never returned. Verdun alone was the location where many of them fell. Over the course of its 6 rotations, totaling close to 85 days in Verdun in 1916 and 1917, the 151 lost 3,200 soldiers killed or wounded on the right and left banks of the Meuse, 2,200 in its 3 rotations in 1916, and 1,000 more in the 3 rotations in 1917. To help put this in context, with the regiment's fighting strength varying in these periods between 2,300 and 2,800 men, the unit was suffering losses of 50% in these rotations. Entire companies, some 200 men strong, were routinely wiped out or reduced to a mere dozen traumatized survivors. And I should add that these numbers do not include the men that were evacuated due to sickness and disease, which over the course of the fighting lowered the fighting strength. And as a proportion of the regiment's total losses suffered during the war, which were, those varying degrees that we saw, 6,000 killed, 7,000 wounded, somewhere in there. Of the men they lost at Verdun, it's about a quarter. So of all of their losses in the entire war, they lost about a quarter of all of their casualties just at Verdun. I mentioned before, so you got about 8.5 million Frenchmen who were mobilized between 1914 and 1918. 65% were killed or wounded. 65% of all men mobilized. That's just crazy.
That is
1 in 4 poilus, 1 in 4 infantry did not survive the war. 1 in 4 were killed. For infantry officers, 1 in 3. 3 million were wounded, or about 40% of all the men mobilized. And of these, half were wounded twice. 100,000 were wounded 3 times or more. And the exact number of dead, of course, will never truly be known. So these are just, they're a bit random, these figures we throw out in a lot of ways.
But they illustrate that when you say, like, we couldn't, France couldn't ask its sons and daughters to do this again when the second war came around. Like, this is why,
later,
like literally, this is why these statistics are why they're just illustrating the cost to the national just sort of state of France at the time. Like, they literally lost a generation of young men in this war.
Right. And they make that point of saying, we won't be able to do this again.
Right.
Not just us personally, but the next generation. You can't ask the same from them again. The whole point of us making this sacrifice is so that it doesn't happen again. And I think there's some sort of like unofficial, like social contract that they felt was violated essentially by leading them back into war in 1939. They're like, no, you said no. We said this was it. Like, we did that, and so that we didn't have to do this again.
Yeah.
Right.
And you have Pétain up there, Marshal Pétain, who's, we were talking about fatalism before. He talks about like fatalism that was inside himself. And I'm sure he said, especially this guy who felt so close to his troops, like, do we want to have another Verdun again where there's probably little chance of success? Germany is clearly like, we're not equals.
Yeah.
As much as we, post-war strategy try to, keep them down. So we could either have France annihilated and all of its sons killed again, or we can capitulate and try to save some part of ourselves and eventually negotiate some sort of autonomy afterwards. And I think he felt like he was making the lesser of two choices, or the lesser of two bad choices, right?
Absolutely.
Now, John, I just want to say once again for the History Things podcast, thank you for coming on the show. We've had 2 just phenomenal episodes now with you, between the initial and now the follow-up here. You've provided so much in-depth information. I found myself not only actively engaged with what you were saying, but just blown away by it. I'm just sitting here listening because I'm just trying to draw in everything. And I've already read the book once at this point, and I'm still devouring everything you're saying. So again, thank you very much for joining us this evening. It's been another long one. I really appreciate you sticking it out with us. Pat, why don't you take us home here?
Yeah, John, I just wanted to touch on that, double down on it. Like, you were an amazing guest. This was an amazing ride. We've got into a unit that I knew nothing about. I feel like I'm an expert. I'm writing the books now, John. You listen to me. It's like, I'm just kidding. But no, I'm extremely grateful for the time you spent with us, especially because, it was cool kind of how we got to set this up, right? We're honored that you worked with us right around the birth of your son. And, again, welcome to the Dad Club and all that. So it was very exciting to sort of to make all the chess pieces move to make it happen. And when it happened,
this was phenomenal. You're a fantastic writer. You're an even more fantastic storyteller. I was just stuck on everything you were saying. So thank you for hanging out with us. And we'll have you back. Like, we'd love to have you back on the History Things podcast pretty much anytime you want. So you want to talk about something, you let us know. As always, you can keep up with John just by buying his book, The Verdun Regiment Into the Furnace, the 151st Infantry Regiment in the Battle of Verdun, 1916. It is available wherever books are sold. Matt's going to hold it up right here. We're going to do some cool post-production graphics. So watch this. Whoosh. Book. See? Oh my God. Right, John? Wasn't that crazy? Unbelievable. Oh, whoa, that came at you real fast. So, for our guest, John, we'll let you get out of here, man. We appreciate you hanging out with us. And for all our listeners and viewers out there, few things, as they say, down here in the South. Nobody says that. That's stupid. I'm just going to backtrack right away. But some things coming up for us as we wind down the year here for the History Things podcast. Yes, I said that. We're winding down the year already. This is our quarter 4 follow-up. Technically, we sort of did this more as a part 2 because we knew that the story of the 151 was going to be so big that we couldn't just do this as a one shot and a follow-up. We decided to 2-part it. So, but we are, like we said, we're at the wind down part of quarter 4. So all that's really coming up for us for the rest of this year is Matt and I are going to do a lot of planning for next year. Because remember, guys, we're doing season 3. We live and die on this season to season thing because it's a lot to produce a show like this for guys like Matt and I, and we have a lot of fun doing it. And to ensure that we have a lot of fun doing it, we got to make sure that the planning and everything's done right. So we're about to go into winter nerd planning mode. That's right. Or dork, as we established. We're history dorks now. We did that in the quarter 4 launch episode, but we have a follow-up. I'm sorry. We have our year wrap-up episode that's coming up, which will come out sometime between Christmas and New Year's, like we did in season 1, where Matt and I are just going to kind of take a look back on everything that we did this year in season 2. Some of our favorite moments, things like that, and some things that we're really excited for season 3. We will do our preview for stuff like that. We'll also update you on some new things that we're doing here. Like we said, with this episode, this is going to be the very first visual studio offering for the History Things podcast. Usually we keep the video stuff to exclusives out in the field and whatnot, but we're all about evolution here. Yeah. Some of us more than others, but we're definitely trying to include more of our audience that's out there, and we want to show you guys more of the history we're working with. And John, your presentation was the best way to kick that off, man. So, so for everybody out there, just if you want to keep up with the History Things podcast, make sure you're following us on our Instagrams, on our social medias, Facebook and Instagram. You can follow us at History Things Podcast. You can follow Matt on his independent social media, which is an Instagram at Matt Borders Books. You can follow myself on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram at History Things with Pat. If you're enjoying the show and you're looking for ways to help us out and kind of keep the train rolling here, leave us a 5-star rating and a review on your favorite podcast app. We'd really appreciate that. And if you do need to reach out to the History Things podcast, questions, comments, and compliments, you can send us an email at historythingspodcast@gmail.com. For our guest today, Johnathan Bracken, for my co-host, Matt Borders, I'm your co-host, Pat McGuire, saying we'll see you later. It's almost the end of season 2, baby. Good night, everybody.
Have a good night.
You've been listening to the History Things podcast. Follow the guys on Facebook and Instagram at the History Things podcast for all the latest news and exclusives. Make sure to also follow Pat and Matt on their social medias at History Things with Pat and at Matt Borders Books. Have a question, comment, or compliment for the show? Send us an email at historythingspodcast@gmail.com. Thanks for listening. We hope you enjoyed the show.